in some of them, they have this color coding containers and liners for appropriate segregation practices. Discussion. The respondent demonstrated understanding and practice segregation using colored beans and safety box sachets. This finding agrees with the work of Awodele et al. 2016 and Nloye et al. 2018 in Lagos and Abuja. But the findings of this study did not agree with the previous work of Abol 2007, Oladida et al. 2016 in Jos, Kurikiriza et al. 2019, Akigbenyi et al. 2019 in Lagos, Adu et al. 2020, and Omokele et al. 2020, where segregation was not practiced satisfactorily. The respondents supported segregation at the source of generation, and this agrees with the previous study of Awodele et al. 2016, but differed with Sahi Pro and Mustaferi 2009. The results also showed that the respondents were able to segregate chaps into separate boxes, and this was in agreement with the previous report of Awodele et al. 2016 and Akigbenyi et al. 2019. Also, the results showed that the respondents were aware of color coding segregation. This finding in agreement with Abdullah et al. 2013 and Awodele et al. 2016 in Lagos. But differed with the previous report of Akigbenyi et al. 2019. Color coding has proven efficient in hospital waste management, according to Chisholm et al. 2021. The use of instructive posters, appropriate labeling, and color code essential to achieve effective segregation, according to ABBA and Amendment 2011. These are a question of the references with structured segregation, according to ABBA and Amendment 2011. The study showed that the health workers were agreed that the question of the references as part of the segregation, according to ABBA and Amendment 2011. The study showed that the health workers using color code agreed that the question of the references and the structured segregation that the respondents understood the need for the effective segregation practices in ensuring effective waste management. Conclusion and future steps. Periodic is appropriate for feedback and evaluation towards understanding the issues and develop a sustainable waste management minimization framework. Secondly, investigation on categorization and position of biomedical waste at various levels will provide useful information for planning, budgeting, and policy making that achieve cost-effective biomedical waste management. Recommendation: health managers should ensure monitoring, implementation, and enforcement of segregation practices, especially using color-coded bins. Health managers should ensure adequate supplies of materials for segregation. Health managers should enlighten and sensitize the health workers and the public on proper biomedical waste handling practices. The health managers should ensure enforcement and adherence to the use of guidelines, appropriate levels like the biohazard importers and posters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edith, for your presentation. Hi, attendees. We are enabling poll session for Mr. Edith. Also, you can post your questions in chat box that Edith can present on that. Attendees, we are enabling the polling session for Mr. Edith presentation. You can participate on the polling. Attendees can raise the questions in chat box where Mr. Edith will have answer for that.
Hello.
Edith, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, we are waiting for the questions from attendees. Attendees, you can post your questions in chat box. Okay. Ms. Edith, we have one question how do you ensure construct validity?
Okay, I ensured construct validity based on existing body of knowledge and empirical studies.
Thank you, Edith. We have one more question from Samsudin. What are the possible limitations to this research?
The possible limitations is the time and the cost to carry out the study, the type of the structured questionnaire itself was also a limitation, and then the study was carried out in a limited geographical area, which was also too representative of the national outlook.
Okay.
And also, the study was also observational, so some of these findings may change over time. Also, the late responses, the non-responses were also limitations to this study.
Thank you, Edith. We have one more question for you. What is your take on outsourcing the bed lining washing in the biomedical waste?
I think that would be a welcome development where the hospital managers will contract such services to private companies to do the washing and treatment of those waste.
Thank you, Edith. What are the possible ways to achieve the biomedical waste management? Ms. Edith? Hello? Ms. Edith, can you hear us? Edith, can you hear us?
Hello, I can hear you.
We have another question. What is the recommendation of short waste disposal generated from immunization according to who? What is the organization?
According to the organization, that boxes should be used and they should be proper filled before disposal. And also, fluid or liquid containers should be used in collection of shards.
Thank you, Edith. Thank you for your answers. You can post your email over chat where our attendees can inquire about the questions if they have anything. Thank you, attendees. We have our next presenter, Dr. 𝐓𝐞𝐱𝐢𝐥𝐚, presenting on public health and the topic of personal disposition contributes more than environmental disposition to medication adherence in a medical center in Lagos, Nigeria. Dr. 𝐓𝐞𝐱𝐢𝐥𝐚, can
Good afternoon. Can you put on my screen? Can you share my screen?
do you want us to start the presentation?
Yes, can you share my screen?
Dr. Baini can enable your video.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Do you want us to share the screen of the presentation?
Yes. Yes. Share the screen. Share the screen.
Can you able to see the screen?
Yes, I can see the screen now.
You can continue with your presentation.
Good afternoon from Nigeria. Good afternoon to the panelists and good afternoon to the attendees and organizers. Thank you for share my findings in the research. Name is Dr. 𝐓𝐞𝐡, a medical practitioner turned public health researcher. I'm going to present my personal education contributes more than environmental education to medical patient adherence in the medical center in Nigeria. Something happening in an environment which we need to investigate. I'm going to look at the introduction methods, result of the findings, discussions, and conclusions. Introduction. Take the introduction. Because of time. The problem of non-adherence to medication is something that, has happened in a non-communicable disease worldwide. It's a challenge because they take this drug for a long time, and there are so many factors. They get depressed, a lot of things happen, and it has been a problem. But recently, in an environment, another factor was introduced, which we found out among the drugs, especially those on hypertension and diabetes, especially the medical services that the patients we see in the clinic. So we were able to carry out this research to know exactly what is this new introduction in terms of patients now believe that if they take drugs that will help them, that these drugs are chemicals and that they're going to destroy them with time. It's different from the normal side effects. People who have about medications. But this was a new entrant. So that design a study to find out the extent of this thing that was introduced in the community to non-adherence of these medications. Introduction. Let's go to introduction. Next slide, 5. Yeah. This study undertaken in Lagos in a health care facility, and it was a kind of trying to find out what had been happening and editing low adherence to medication among the people who are suffering chronic disease and require this drug for a lifetime. The socio-economic situation, non-availability of drugs, high concentration and possibility of clinics with a non-comprehensive social cover, in order to focus on these issues that constitute barriers. These are normal issues that constitute barriers to drug adherence. But in our center, these issues have been related because almost 80% of clients have insurance cover. So I was still wondering why these people are still, not adhering to the medication. So that's, made us to design this particular research. The objective of the research, was to improve the understanding of physicians to the management of chronic illnesses, to find out the contribution of personal disposition to barrier to adherence to medication, to compare the effects of personal disposition with that of environmental disposition and determine which of them has a greater influence. 4, to find out the barriers that have high impact on adherence barriers to medication. They have included a standard question, which was stated as, does the research question, can we look at the next slide? Next slide, please. Does that decision which include negative beliefs about to have more effects on adherence to medication than environmental decision, which includes physical barriers? So we are comparing the physical barriers with the environmental decision and that of negative beliefs, personal decision, what we are feeling about, and why we asked that question was because it was easier to deal with environmental disposition than dealing with personal disposition. Next slide. Next slide. Now we used a questionnaire which was 4-liter scale questionnaire to recruit 27, we recruited 30 what 27 appeared. So we had this questionnaire called the multi medication adherence scale. We now gave this out randomly to patients who had this chronic illnesses, and the different ones filled it and the other ones who didn't assisted, and the queries were done on kind of a private room, and now have to analyze these questionnaires. Questionnaires and next one. We have some, results which, I want to, share with you here and now. The results show that the level of education we had there was school certificates, the majority of them were educated, they live in the same environment, and most had insurance cover. 10% of all the people had no, barrier to education. 90% had one or more barriers. 26% reported more of negative beliefs than barriers, and 43% reported more of physical barriers than beliefs. 23% reported negative beliefs, and physical barriers equally. The age range was 25 to 82, and the female age ratio was 16 to 11. For total reported negative beliefs, 6 out of 8 showed no medication adherence, and 6 out of 13 that reported physical barriers showed no medication adherence of 46%. The younger one reported more negative beliefs and barriers than all other ones, and they reported taking more than 2 types of medications, and some were taking more than 3. More than half of the participants had both diabetes, hepatitis, more than about 25% had only one condition. Now, I have some tables that show the gender distribution of females. I have some tables and the charts. Now, we will try to analyze the results. We have a formula qualitative hypothesis and know whether we can accept the normal hypothesis that said there was no difference, or the alternative hypothesis that showed there was significant difference. So we use students' PET test statistical analysis for the meaning and difference of these two groups using the SSP, SSS analysis. And when we did that, we discovered that the next slide, a calculation, we found that the P value of 0.025 and that was below 0.005, which showed that the null hypothesis was rejected. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So it was rejected. So that means that personal distribution contributed more barriers to address communication than environmental distribution. All the charts that I had showed that questions on environmental had a limit of 6.93 compared to France. That on the personal distribution has 7.56. Next slide. Let's go to the discussion. The disease burden of chronic disease in the environment is really increasing and affecting the younger age group more than the elderly, maybe due to population or access to dense energy food. In this study, both physical barriers and negative barriers account for the low nutrition incidence in the environment into the poor health outcome with this environment. Now, that is showing there was a small kind of barrier to adherence. That means there is a very serious problem in our environment. Now, it was deep into the fabrics of our society. In rural areas, the lack of medical facilities, especially the lack of medicine, have been a cure. So we had a situation where negative belief that played a major role in affecting the health of our people. The next slide. Next slide. So the dimension, some of the dimension of this health negative belief has made me to suggest that we have to integrate some models, some health, models to be able to tackle this problem. And this health models is what we should integrate seriously into our system to be able to combat this problem. It's a malady, and the two models I propose here is the health belief model and trans model as a personal tool for every physician that's taking care of this patient. If you capitalize the care and be able to follow them up to have a change, it's easier to intervene in the physical barriers than in the personal decision belief system. It's because of psychological negative belief. It has been debunked. It uses all kind of means to debunk those things that can be able to affect our people. So next slide. Next slide. The study has some limitations. It was one hospital, one center study, and I think we should do more in the future to involve more hospitals. Two, it was a very short, study where we have only very few participants, in that study, and just participants. There were two applications. It is difficult to extrapolate this kind of population to larger population because the power is small. But what it has done is to create awareness that this negative relief, which is personal decision, is a big problem that we need to investigate more. Next slide. Conclusion. They have their collective impacts. They have their collective impact both the physical barrier and the personal disposition. They have their impact on the people, and this is impact that has been investigated. If you look at other works done, they have been trying to when these two as working together, and the reported belief system, is hitting deep. There's a shift in paradigm. Before it was more of physical barriers, where people cannot get their jobs, they have no money to transport themselves, the business is far. It is now getting into society that people report that they take drugs, that is going to destroy them in the next 10 years, 15 years, and that has been a hindrance to effective management of patients with these chronic diseases. Thank you for listening. We have references and that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Defining. Thank you for your valuable presentation. Attendees, we are enabling the polling session on behalf of Dr. Definee's presentation. Can participate by polling, and also if you have any questions on the presentation, you can put it on the chat box. Dr. Definee would reference. Attendees, you can participate on the poll. Also, you can post your questions on the presentation. Dr. Definee will answer on that. Dr. Defining, how do you rate the environmental disposition at Nigeria for medical centers? How do you suggest on that?
I didn't get you.
No, how do you suggest the environmental medical centers in Nigeria? How do you suggest those medical centers globally?
The medical centers?
Yeah, the environmental medical centers. How do you recommend those medical centers out of Nigeria?
Well, the medical centers in Nigeria, the financing of medical centers, is what you are talking about. The financing is more of out of pocket than insurance cover. The medical center we used had 80% of cleanse, go outward. So, and I feel that we can organize, medical centers, around the vicinity. We can coordinate them and do a study involving a lot of medical centers, and that should be the next thing to do, about this survey.
Dr. Ifeanyi, you have another question, like higher than 75% out of pocket expenditure remains a key barrier to accessing health services in Nigeria. Dealing with the cohort of people with access to public health insurance with consider valuable factors that influence adherence. How relevant could your findings be across communities where access to health insurance is limited?
Yes. Now it's true. That is what the physical barriers took care of. Physical barriers we know is there already. There is no problem about that. We are talking about the health belief, the belief system that has come to worsen the situation. We have a situation on the ground already. People don't have access to health care. But even the ones that have access to health care, this belief system is worsening their problem. So we are looking at it as even those who have access, who have opportunity to be the 5 to 10% of people who have access to health care, they still have another problem on top of what physical barriers that he is asking of. Is that health belief system, which has spread like a cancer in the fabrics of our healthcare system.
Thank you, Dr. Godwin. Thank you, Dr. Godwin. Thank you so much. Please share your email ID chat box so that if any professors need some discussions or any clarifications or concerns they will write to you, you can respond to them. Thank you so much, Dr. Godwin. I'm just going to invite the next presenter, Ms. Lenny Longwe. So he is a keynote speaker. So Lenny Longwe is an educationalist spanning a period of over 20 years with special passion for advancing the cause of quality and relevance of curriculum, entrepreneurship, and industry needs. Before her current full-time job as a senior education standard officer, she was the head of department in charge of business studies as well as a tutor. Ms. Longwe is a specialist qualification evaluation under Zambia Qualification Authority. So I welcome Ms. Lenny Longwe for present the topic, embracing gender in a diverse side economy. Ms. Longwe? Yeah, I can see your video. Thanks for sharing your video, as well as you can share your screen for your presentation.
All right, thank you so much.
You can click on the slideshow window now. Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, is my screen share visible?
Or else you can click on the slideshow button in the bottom right hand side. Okay, you can proceed, ma'am. Yes, it's okay now.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is 𝐓𝐞𝐱𝐢𝐥𝐚 from Zambia. I work for the Ministry of General Education under the Department of Curriculum and Evaluation. My role basically is to ensure the implementation of policy and education delivery in ensuring that quality is maintained. In this afternoon presentation, I look at gender in a diversified economy. So I'm looking at embracing gender in a diversified economy. As an educator, my presentation this afternoon will have a bias toward many policies and strategies that have been worked on and researched on in line with education. And maybe just to mention, it would be important to note that coming from the research that has been conducted around Zambia, when I refer to gender or the vulnerable gender, so much of it will lean on the women and girls because they have been the most vulnerable gender. Allow me at this point to just quickly go through the main terms of my presentation, which is the main terms which are gender, economy, and diversity. So to begin with, I look at gender. So gender is defined as the state of being male or female. Okay, so in line with gender, it would be contextual or culturally to assign a few gender roles which may not apply from one given context to another. In talking about that, reference is made to sex roles that will be fixed and more permanent and the same regardless of context. Further, I look at a few examples that will consolidate on gender and gender roles. So basically, I look at the following, which are cooking, which is normally stereotyped to be a role for women, gardening, which stereotyped as a role for the male gender, and caretaking, which is also generally assumed to be a role for the women. Sensitivity seems to bring in men on the other hand, but they are not as sensitive. Of course, that is a stereotype because it may not apply from one given context to another. Dressing generally there implies that, according to my research here, women are associated to skirts while men are associated to trousers. In defining the next term, I look at diversity. Note that this is in order to give an understanding of what I am going to present this afternoon. So diversity there is defined according to the Queensborough Community College 2018. So diversity manifests itself characteristic of race, language, culture, religion, and socioeconomic status. This is not exhaustive of what might be deemed as diversity. And I think before I move on to defining economy, under diversity, I want to also appreciate this conference, which has put human resource from across the globe. So this is an example of a conference that has embraced diversity. I move on to define the third and final term in my presentation, which is economy. So I define economy as a place where production, distribution, and trade. And when I talk about trade in this case, I make reference to the selling and buying as they are conducted. So an economy is also characteristic of consumption of goods and services. I put examples there of types of economies, which may be argued by various scholars, but for the sake of my presentation, I present to you the three types of economies. The first one being the free market economy, which is also characteristic of all the economic players being actively involved in the running of an economy. And it's also an economy that is also significant with individuals and business making their own economic decisions. The second type of economy there is the command economy, where government controls basically all the economic factors, meaning that the government, the central government, makes all economic decisions. The third type of economy is the mixed economy, which embraces the type 1 and type 2 type of economy. I move on to just give an insight into protocols that have been signed by Zambia that promote gender. So in 1997, Zambia was signatory to the SADC Declaration on Gender Development. So the background is that having looked at the oppression and the so many imbalances on gender, the Southern African Development Community saw it fit to actually make signatory states to this rights protocol, which is gender in development. In 2015, Zambia is also signatory to the Sustainable Development Goals, and in this presentation, the specific is to goal number 5, which promotes gender equality. I must mention that in the Millennium Development Goals, which were projected to end by 2015, Zambia was also signatory to this charter, which promoted gender equality and empowerment for women. This is specifically goal number 3. Okay, to zero into the Zambian context, this is a demonstration of how Zambia takes cognizance of the many protocols that it is signatory to. In 2012, a specific ministry was introduced that basically looked at the issues in gender development. This ministry in the consequent governments has been combined with other ministries, but the essence has been to have specific manpower look at ensuring that gender issues are upheld. In 2014, coming from the education sector, it was enlightening to also see our country sign the national gender policy. Further on, in 2015, Zambia signed and enacted the Act on Gender Equity and Equality. That's also not forgetting the 1997 re-entry policy. Now, this re-entry policy, I must explain the detail of it. The re-entry policy in the Ministry of Education was also resultant of the fact that there was so much oppression on the girls and the females, especially that Zambia is a developing country. So that policy allows for a girl child that was pregnant to retain their school place at the same school or any other school of their choice while they can, as they are pregnant or after delivery. So in looking at gender, it can be seen from this slide presentation that Zambia is cognizant of the fact that gender cannot be left behind in a diversified economy in order for development to take place. So gender in the Zambian context, as I look at it from the case of the Gender Mainstreaming Auditor's Report of 2012, it is clear of policies and strategies which aim to look at equity and equality. On this one, the emphasis was on women in decision making. Okay, the history here is that somewhere around 2004-2005, there was need to raise the percentage of women in decision making, especially parliamentary positions and ministerial positions and appointments. So there was need to raise the percentage to somewhere 30%. Yes, I say 30%. It may look small, but in a developing country where probably the percentages were even lower than that, that 30% projected a lot of stride in improving and embracing the vulnerable gender. So in the auditor's report of 2012, again, they look at the gender imbalance in Zambia. So in looking at that, there were a few strategies that were put in place, which included equal admission rates in schools ranging from the early childhood education into primary schools, secondary schools, and tertiary education. So for secondary schools, there was need to actually build more schools to embrace girls. So it meant that a lot of girls' secondary schools were to be built. And in the entry for tertiary education, learning that we are coming from very few universities in the country, there was also a policy to allow for the female gender to be allowed entry criteria of points which were more weaker than those for the male gender. Also, in regards to the same report, there was loan and credit facility which was to be given to the women in order to reduce poverty levels. I must also mention that in looking at all this, as I earlier said, my interest and focus is in embracing gender as an educationalist, knowing that only when we become equal partners can we attain the actual economic development. So going forward on that one, of course, this list is not exhaustive. There was also land ownership empowerment in line with international treaties. This was basically for women to improve their economic levels, especially for women-headed households. Okay, so I move on further to look at the benefits of gender now in a diversified economy. Okay, in looking at that, bringing it down to this presentation, the first in that list is enhanced economic activity. So when an economy has allocated its resources fairly and equally, there is a stimulated economic activity in various sectors of the economy. This is practical in the Zambian scenario. When you look at the point where there is increased taxes, in the 2016-2020 annual report, we noticed that due to an enhanced economy where various economic players are brought on board, there was a lot of consideration for the informal sector. This embraced the small, medium, and large enterprise, which resulted into a larger tax base, moving revenues from 2016 from somewhere around 29,000 in 2016 to somewhere around 50,000 plus in 2020. Of course, this went side by side with GDP increase. In looking at the benefits of gender in a diversified economy, when an economy has embraced gender also, there is increased creativity. increased creativity in the sense that there is a broader perspective. There's a broader perspective of ideas of growing the economy. Okay. There's also a wider pool of innovation, implying that this economy has active participants, where there is no player that is downplayed. So the economy allocates deliberately resources to all sectors of the economy, so that development is not a hazard. Okay. There is also interdependency. Okay. The word interdependency here implies that there is no specific gender that feels superior to the other. So when both genders are assured of their importance in a given community, in a given society, in a given government, this is enough motivation, enough jumpstart for both genders to depend on each other and to place a lot of value on the input that comes with each gender. So there is no idle gender, there is no gender that is oppressed, there is a wide range of skills, there's an increased pool of human resource capital. Okay, so maybe I also need to mention there that when we look at increased human capital, we imply that, let's say, for instance, in the nursing, in the health sector, where the profession was shunned by the male gender, when there is no stereotyping associated with professions, you find that a lot of the male gender will also seek and see interest and need to be found in the health profession and be nurses. The same goes for engineering, a course which was biased towards one gender. We will find a lot of entrants from the vulnerable oppressed gender, just to increase the balance and also promote economic development. In 2016, though, needs be mentioned, the Zambian population stood at somewhere around 12 million. So in those statistics, the majority of the gender is female, and this is the gender that was vulnerable in the sense that, according to the education sector, when a girl fell pregnant, they were required to drop out of school. Now, with the background given, with the re-entry policy, it entails that this particular girl has a second chance at life. Okay, so they will complete school and move on to tertiary education and add on to the workforce human capital that will increase productivity. So in increasing productivity, what are we looking at basically? In increasing productivity, we are looking at more and more economic activities that will contribute to the development of a given nation. It means that we are looking at an economy that has a lot of its citizens are elite, educated, have basic education, and have access to basic needs. I move on, still under the benefits that come with embracing gender in a diversified economy. Clearly, there is a reduced imbalance between the gender. So, in looking at equity and equality, in this presentation, I want to mention that since the women, according to statistics in my country, are more than the male, more preference for school places, jobs, and many other sectors of the economy do not use the 50% approach, Rather, they use the approach where the larger the number for the population, the larger the location. Okay, so it means that there is reduced or clearly blurry gap in dealing with the females and the males in our society. Okay, I move on. The other point there is thinking big. Thinking big basically is a broadened scope for the full functionality of all the genders. Okay, so people are made, the vulnerable gender is made to believe in themselves. There's a broadened scope on what they are capable to bring on board, what they are capable to do, and to also explore the potential of the vulnerable gender. Lastly, there on that slide, I look at policies. So when I look at policies in this presentation, Zambia, for instance, is a signatory to so many international global charters that promote gender equality. So it means that in a given state, there is a deliberate support to multiple sectors of the economy. There is a deliberate policy to promote or raise the downtrodden gender. There is a deliberate allocation of resources to all the sectors that will oppress. Okay, there is a deliberate support to multiple sectors not to actually oppress or stereotype professions. So by policies, I imply that this economy will blossom not because things are done haphazardly, but because there are policies that governments are meant to follow. Okay. Now moving forward, I also want to look at the importance of the unified economy. Okay? So complementarity is there, means that each gender has a role to play. Each gender has a role to play, so meaning that where there is need that this has to be done by this particular gender, this has to be done by the other gender. It means that in performance, the role of each is complementary. There is no competition. There is no outdoing of each other or trying to win or maybe show superiority over one and another. The second one there of the 4 points in that slide looks at equity. I have also endeavored to look at equity in the other slides. Equity will entail fair allocation of resources according to needs of the particular gender. So this obviously, like I mentioned, we use ratio in resource allocation based on numbers. So the more the need, the more the allocation. Equality. So equality there means that there is equal opportunity in development. So if there is going to be a particular job advertised, the criteria will not be based on gender. The criteria will be based on the ability to perform, on the qualification to hold a particular job, and on the speciality that the particular human resource has. Basically, by equality, we imply that there is no stereotyping. For instance, in education, there will be opportunity given each one as long as they have scored or they qualify, and there will be opportunity for each gender to be given a chance to have access to education. Decision making there, like I earlier mentioned, more and more gender that is oppressed or stereotyped is brought on board to be appointed in decision-making positions and appointments. When I talk about appointments here, basically in the Zambian context, we have endeavored to increase appointments in parliament and ministerial appointments toward the vulnerable gender, which in this case I have qualified according to the Zambian scenario being the female, which are the girls and the women. Of course, under career progression there, it means that chance given equally. So each gender is allowed to progress as long as they are qualified for the career they are vying for. Finally, to summarize the importance there, I look at economic development because according to this presentation, embracing gender should boil down to economic development. So, gender equality and equity enhances the development of an economy as well as provides equal resource allocation to improve the quality of life. When we look at the quality of life, there are things there that can be mentioned, like access to clean water, access to good health, access to education, access to land by anyone. And so when all those things are fairly and objectively handled in this particular economy, we see that there will be improved quality of life. As I conclude this presentation, I have summarized my presentation using 3 points. The first one being, there is a deliberate inclusiveness for economic development. This means that this particular government that embraces gender has a vision of improving the economy, and so because of that, they have a mandate to conform to policies and strategies that will promote gender inclusiveness eventually, and also to reduce the gender imbalances, and also to provide
Dear participants, we have a network issue with the side of Ms. Lenny. So we will continue with the next presenter, Ms. Chibale from the Public Health. Presented on the topic of the COVID-19 pandemic medical waste management deviation in Zambia, a case study of St. Dominic Hospital, Nodola. Ms. Chibale. Dear Chibale, please respond.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Mr. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you share your screen and turn on the video, please?
Kindly do share the screen from that side.
Okay, no problem. We will take care from this side.
Thank you.
I want to thank Ms. Lenny Longby for the presentation under the topic Embracing Gender in a Diverse Economy. So, if you want to contact Ms. Lenny, please contact the team for further assistance. Thank you so much for all the participants. And next,
Hello.
Yeah, please welcome back.
I lost internet.
Okay. I am the situation. Please share your email ID chat box so that if anybody having any queries or something, they can contact you back.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And due to short time, just call so that you can check your questions and you can respond to the presenters. As well as you can see some questions in the chat box also. You can respond to them in the chat itself.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lee. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Shivale, are you on the line?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting, please.
Yeah, Mr. Balak, please give me 1 second to share your presentation here.
All right, thank you. Let me know when you are ready.
Yes, please. Here we go, Mr. Shivale, the topic is shared here. Can you able to say
I'm grateful for the organized. Yes.
Please proceed, Mr. Shivale. Thank you.
Yes. I'm grateful. Thank you very much. And for all that have spent their time to come and be educated, but especially for the organizers for such an investment, because knowledge is power. And my sharing is quite simple on the COVID-19 pandemic medical waste management situation in Zambia, looking at St. Dominic's Hospital. And by way of introduction, we are saying, looking at the flawed weakness of biomedical, or rather healthcare waste management system, vis-a-vis the inadequate resources, especially in developing nations, including Zambia,
most health facilities face severe consequences during COVID-19 pandemic regarding the management of healthcare wastes. Why? Because of the untreated and improperly managed waste is a very potential source of occupational unsafety. We are looking at all the workers that are working in various health facilities to be unsafe. Not only that, there is potential for air pollution, water contamination, and also the avoidable healthcare-associated infections, including COVID-19. And once one gets that, apart from one dying, we know that healthcare-associated infections will lead to longer hospitalization of people, and of course absenteeism for those that are sick, absenteeism from work for those that are going to visit them while they are hospitalized. And it is also a resources waster, resources including time, including money, people using transport, going to visit. Therefore, the review tried to investigate the healthcare waste management and practices at St. Dominic's Hospital in line with the guidelines that have been given on how to go about it. And why do such? Because we are looking at if after the review is done, there will be knowledge that will be generated on COVID-19 pandemic medical waste, of course at St. Dominic's Hospital. But then the review also may have been on COVID-19 management of medical waste. So that one will be a plus in future that people will look at. It may be a small fraction, but it will add to that knowledge. At the same time, the review's results will help to enhance the compliance, first of all, to World Health Organization guidelines on COVID-19 management on medical waste, but also various countries' guidelines on how to manage the medical waste thereafter. Findings, of course, will also be an aid, a help to policymakers, as well as interested stakeholders, because they'll have the informed plans and actions on how they want to go about making policies to helping curb what can come from improperly medical waste. We also look at the effective strategies that will be needed, that will be part of the summary, that implementing, if we have committees that will implement the management of waste plan, that will also help that people will be in the know-how on how to go about it in collection, in storing, and in disposing of waste, so as to preserve life. And we are told by TWCS 2021 to say there is need to have medical waste management teams as well as committees to implement such plans, especially in low-income areas, also to have infection control committees. Other benefits that will come once the medical waste are effectively managed, that is before, during, and at the time of disposal, If all these lines are prevented, the results will be that life will be preserved, patients won't be suffering, especially from the healthcare-associated infections. Financial costs will be preserved, as well as time. Losing time unnecessarily will also be curbed. At the end of it all, when the health system is preserved of monies that are supposed to be taken care of other issues other than from health care-associated infections, the plus will also go to the economy of the country, and there will be less strain in sustaining the healthcare activities. The review will also add to evidence-based researches on factors that influence compliance on healthcare waste management among healthcare workers. And this won't be only in Zambia, but it will go somewhere else. Of course, the review will be a reminder to healthcare providers that we need to preserve life. And what are we looking for? On this review, we are looking at the improper collection of medical wastes. We are looking at the improper storage of medical wastes. We are also looking at the improper disposal of medical wastes. It's also about the improper, so that it can be translated to proper. If there is proper collection of medical waste, proper of transportation and storage, proper of disposal, then we are saying we are responding to what will be helpful. Those are just some of what is being done. The improper disposal, the improper collection, the improper storage. So what helped me to look at this review? I looked at St. Dominic's. St. Dominic Hospital has a catchment of 17,000 population, and it caters for 100 beds as well as 50 cots. All the services are done: primary health care, outpatients, inpatients. They have the theater, the maternity, the laboratory, the dental, radiology, pharmacy. They have the testing of HIV, and it is also a COVID-19 center other than the administrative unit. The study design, I used the descriptive cross-sectional.
Sir, can you hear us? Hello?
Hello.
Ashita, can you hear me?
Thank you. I have a challenge with internet.
Yeah, can continue with that.
I was sharing on the study sites and also the study design, also the target population. The sample size I had the sample of 102 to draw the conclusions from. And the data collection tools was more of the interviews and observations. The secondary data was more of the desk research. And the desk research looked at the existing studies on COVID-19 pandemic, as well as from the books, from published and unpublished data, and also some articles. The processing was simply on edited, sorted, and qualitative data that was there. Next slide, please. And looking at the root cause, the analysis. Hello? Gosh.
Hello. Hello.
This analysis. I hope I'm not talking to myself. Hope I'm not talking. Looking at the root cause analysis, the generation of medical waste, we are saying during any infectious disease outbreak, the waste generated from healthcare facilities
Hello. Ashita, can you hear us? Hello, Ashita.
Hello. Okay. So under the root cause analysis, the generation of medical waste during an infectious disease outbreak, the waste generated from healthcare facilities increases enormously. As a result, special care must be taken by management in order to avoid troubling impacts. Of course, troubling impacts, we are talking more of losing lives, infections, polluting air, and all the rest. Looking at a study that was done in 5 hospitals in Iran, they found that actually the management of waste compared before the COVID-19 pandemic, the results showed that there was a lot of increase, average of 102%, with a rate from 0.82 kg to 3.5 kgs per bed per day. Unfortunately, in Zambia, the total healthcare generated waste from all sources is very, very difficult to estimate, as it is neither officially documented nor registered in some cases. We have the plan that was done on how to manage waste, medical waste. The plan was from 2019 to 2024. Despite that, it is very, very difficult to have documentation of the waste in most of the places. In fact, the research carried out concentrates on hospitals in Zambia that provide only estimates. Like you can look at when I looked at St. Dominic's Hospital from 2018 up to 2020, those were estimates where they talked of having in 2018 10.41 tons, that would be 10,400 kgs in a year. And looking at per month, it came to 867 kgs. And per week, it will give us 216. And per day, it will give us 30 kg per day. That was in 2018. And looking at 2020, the estimate per day had gone to 54 kgs per day. So a difference of 22 kgs plus, more increase compared to the time when we didn't have COVID-19. So COVID-19 has also added to more waste. Hence, the need to collect them nicely, to transport them, and also that we try to protect having reinfections of COVID-19 as well as other infections that come by improper management of waste. So COVID-19 has imposed suitable collection devices for medical wastes, with trained workers using special containers. This was by World Health Organization enlightening the people. And according to 𝐸𝐴𝑠 et al. 2020 and 𝐸𝐴𝑠 Lebanon 2020, the techniques like disinfecting and storage of the waste for 9 days have been employed. That can be found on 𝐸𝐴𝑠 et al. 2020. Now, at St. Dominic's Mission Hospital, collected waste management are treated. They use the autoclaving, which is good, as well as incineration. Although incineration seems to be more advantageous because it is quite costly. Actually, we found that even the incineration, they are using the ordinary one instead of the microburn. So other than being expensive, incineration also converts biological problem into potential air quality emission. No wonder we have a lot of coughing in between as well. Then the medical waste storage or working in the area should follow safety measures. This we are told by 𝐒 et al. 2020. And the World Health Organization has formulated special guidelines, except no documents, who contain all the strategies. And different countries also do have the COVID-19 guidelines, and they adopt the best possible management methods using on their capacity, their resources, and also their commitment. Now, in the face of COVID-19 era, St. Dominic's Mission had produced COVID-related medical waste, while proper storage remained a challenge to them, and is still a challenge. And on the medical waste disposal, inadequate solid waste management, including the disposal, we are told may increase the spread of COVID-19. And this one we know from all the countries, but especially in developing countries. St. Dominic's Hospital equally suffers from insufficient capacity. That capacity was inadequate even before, but it is even worse having the COVID-19 pandemic, like many health facilities in Zambia. The amount of isolated COVID-related medical waste generated in 2021 has increased with the spread of COVID-19 from February 2021. And from March to April, the amount actually went as far as 21% higher, and the generation amount of isolated has increased also, even double by August 2020. Therefore, effective management, organizers, and strategies are needed, and also the teams and committees to plan, and especially in low-income areas, having infection control committees will be key to try and curb the infection that can come through waste, improper waste management. Conclusions and other recommendations will be based on the overview of medical waste management, as well as the additional management issues which are raised by COVID-19 spreading in Zambia. And the following recommendations will provide valuable insights and also key support for decision makers to conduct comprehensive, to determine the waste generation rates, as well as to review that which has been planned already, and to maintain intensive control and monitoring of autoclave operations. And it would be good if the documents are there other than what is there at the moment. There should be emphasis on medical waste prevention and reduction, and also to put more effort in place for enforcement and implementation. I've seen you have the reference there, and I'm sure you'll be able to have more on the medical waste management that we have, especially as endemics. It is very, very difficult to have documents that are there, and hopefully the policymakers and implementers who see it from the life being lost and the air being polluted comes, it is a vicious cycle that will never go anywhere else, plus the COVID-19 also adding to these challenges. I seem to have been talking to myself. Many people were not hearing me. I had a big challenge with internet connection. So
Ajada, we can hear you. We can hear you clearly.
Yes. All right. Yeah, so the conclusions I was simply reading about the recommendations that are needed, about conducting a comprehensive statistical study to determine the waste generation rates. Yeah, that is the kgs per day in different regions in Zambia, while covering the various sources of generation. The public as well as the private hospitals, laboratories, and other places that do have waste management, as well as types of healthcare waste, with special attention to COVID-19 related waste, including a wider range of indicators, which is supported by experimental studies. Also to maintain intensive control and monitoring of autoclave operations. There are some hospitals that are doing that, like St. Dominic's, they are doing that, but to have it monitored and to have it documented every time, I think is key, as well as what is being collected, where it is being stored, how it is transported, how it is disposed of, I think it's very, very important that we are not contracting avoidable infections that can be there. I think I have only one more slide. The emphasis on medical waste prevention and reduction, as well as sorting at source, is key, particularly for source separation of hazardous fraction. We know that we have a lot of challenges, maybe not even having the bin liners, not even having the color coding, but all these I think will be a help if wastes are sorted at source, particularly for source separation, and also improper sorting may lead to increased amount of infectious medical waste. And thus, it will also increase the cost. We are saying we do not have enough funds, we do not have enough personnel, but the more we are also adding to improper collection and all, there will be less people who will be there, because even as people working in the hospitals, they will get sick from the avoidable healthcare associated infections, occupational infections. Therefore, healthcare institutions should further enhance their waste management monitoring system and to put more effort in place for the enforcement and implementation of existing rules and regulations. Because they are there, we are able to read, we are able to translate them, but it is more of the compliance that is required that need to be encouraged. To provide special regulations or amendments, to report data on detailed national waste statistics about the medical wastes that are collected, treated, and disposed of monthly, as well as on environmental authorization and annual environmental performance of waste operators, which can be made available in an electronic, especially this time that we have electronic available. I'm sorry about the interruptions in between. I'm grateful for the time given.
Thank you, Asada. Thank you for your presentation. Attendees, we are open to the polling for Ms. Asada, and if you have any queries, you can post it in the chat box. Ms. Asada would answer for that. We are enabling the polling for Ms. Asada's presentation. Attendees, you can post your questions in the chat box. Attendees, the polling is on live. You can participate on the same for Ms. Asada's presentation. Thank you for your presentation. I hope we received one question. What is the biggest policy level change challenge with medical wastage management in your country? Astada, can you hear us? Astada, can you hear us? I think we lost with the presenter. We can move on with next presenter. Thank you, Ms. Asada. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Samsidin as a presenter of public health with the topic knowledge of community-based health insurance among residents of Texila State, Nigeria, a comprehensive cross-sectional study. Hi, Dr. Samsidin. Can start your presentation by sharing a screen.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Dr. Samsidin. We can able to see your screen.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good day, everybody. My name is Dr. Samsidin 𝐓𝐞𝐱𝐢𝐥𝐚. I'm going to make a presentation on the knowledge of community-based health insurance among residents of Katsina State, Nigeria, comparative cross-sectional study. By way of introduction, community-based health insurance is a form of micro-health insurance, which is predominantly term for health insurance targeted at low-income earners. One of the unique features of community-based health insurance is the community involvement in taking the lead in its setup and its management. This community-based health insurance is generally designed for the following features: pooling of health risks and with voluntary payment. And enrollment into any form of insurance is very low in Katsina State. Northwestern Nigeria, with the majority of people paying out of pocket to access healthcare. Knowledge of community health insurance has been found to influence enrollment in community health insurance, which helps to avoid catastrophic healthcare expenditure. The research question is, what is the difference in knowledge of community-based health insurance between community-based health insurance member households, that is those that have enrolled into the scheme, and non-member households? And the hypothesis is there is no significant difference in knowledge of community-based health insurance between community-based health insurance member households and non-member households. And the objective of this study is to compare the difference in knowledge of community-based health insurance between member households that have enrolled and those that have not enrolled into the scheme, and to determine the factors associated with the knowledge of community-based health insurance. Household heads that are 18 years old and above who engage in informal sector for source of living are included in these studies, and also enrolled into the community-based health insurance and are benefiting for more than 1 year, and we are not covered by other social health insurance schemes. So this is the inclusion criteria for this study. And households that were employed in the formal sector for source of living, including pension and or covered by other insurance schemes, were excluded from this study. Because as I've said earlier on, this study is mainly for those in the informal sector. That is why this set of people are excluded. And the sample size was estimated using the studies designed for comparison of two groups of population, proportions formula with the following assumption: 80% statistical power with a level of significance set at 5%, insured to uninsured ratio of 1 to 1, and the proportion of health service utilization was 35% for the insured household and 20% for the uninsured household. And this is the formula you can see. And where P1 is the proportion of health service utilization was set at 35%, and the P2 you can see the values, and we have the as I've said, a total sample of 134 was gotten, and the allowance for 90% response rate, the minimum sample size was given as 149, which is approximated to 150 per group. So you have 150 people who are insured and 150 people who are not insured. This is a cross-sectional comparative study design, and I'm using the sampling multi-stage sampling technique is the sampling technique which I'm using. The Mutual Health Association consists of about 12 community units. They have a total registration of about 41,219 members. So because it's a multi-stage sampling, the first stage is involves selection of one community from each senatorial zone using simple random sampling. In Katsina State, we have 3 senatorial zones. So we are going to, first stage is to pick one community per senatorial zone. Then in the second stage, you use selection of the community, which is the first stage, and the second stage is the selection of the systematic sampling was used to select the study subject, which we pick from the 3 communities at the first stage. The second stage is the systematic sampling was used to select the study subjects, while in the last stage we select actually the respondents. So the data tools we use are survey questionnaires, which we are converted into ODK. They are preloaded on Android phone by the enumerators, and measurement of the variable, we use a score of 50% and above is regarded as the adequate knowledge, while score less than 50% is regarded as inadequate knowledge. The study variables, the dependent variable of the study is the knowledge of community-based health insurance, while the independent variables were the community-based health insurance scheme membership status of the household, their demographic and economic characteristics of the individual health of the household, such as the age, sex, marital status, education, and occupation of the household. So this is the what is regarded. And the data was analyzed using SPSS version 25. And before data was collected, survey instrument was pre-tested in a different local government area, and about 10% of the sample size was used for the pre-testing. And ethical approval was sought and obtained from Katsina State Health Research and Ethics Committee, and before the commencement of the study. So this is the result. Table 1 is socio-demographic characteristics of the respondents, you can see the total sample is 150 per group. That's those that are enrolled membership and non-members. But you can see that the majority of the member groups are within the age range 41 to 60 years, while for the non-member group is the 20 to 40 years age group. Then almost all the respondents are male in the that's 97.3% of the member group, while the non-member are also male, are also majority with 82.7%, and most of them, majority of them for the are married, 84.7% for the membership group, while 99.3%, almost all of them are married for the non-member group. So and in terms of the ethnicity, almost all 95.3 versus 92% were married for the two groups. In terms of level of education, the highest proportion, almost nearly half of the study participants in the membership group had only Quranic education, while 31.3% have primary education. For the other group also is a similar picture with 52.7% of the non-member group also had only Quranic education, and about 24% had primary education. In terms of the occupation, most of them in the membership group, 47.3%, nearly have business. They are involved in business, while followed by farming. For the non-member group, 46.7% also are into business, then 42% are into farming. So this is the figure 1 sex distribution of the respondents. You can see males are the predominant respondents. The community-based health insurance model as a household level. So in the Katsina State, northwestern Nigeria, most of the communities headed by households are headed by males. So you can see males are for both the groups enrolled and the non-enrolled. You can see males are the predominant group. Then this is the indices that was used to assess the knowledge of community-based health insurance, whether health contribution helps reduce out-of-pocket spending, in terms of formation of the mutual health association, and other questions where you see the difference between those that were insured or enrolled members and non-members. This table 3 is the respondents' awareness and source of information on community-based health insurance. Almost 99.3% of those that have been enrolled have heard of information about community-based health insurance, while almost 3/4, 76% of those that are not enrolled also have heard about the community-based health insurance. And the predominant source of information on community-based health insurance is from the community leaders, followed by friends and colleagues, and then healthcare workers. For the non-insured group also, community leaders are the predominant source of community-based health insurance, followed by friends and colleagues, while the radio television is the least source of information. And this is the aggregate knowledge on community-based health insurance between members and non-members. You can see for the community-based health insurance member group, 56.7% have adequate or good knowledge of community-based health insurance, compared to 43.3% of the non-member group, and the difference is not statistically significant. P-value is at 0.07. Then this is the trying to look at the relationship between the socio-demographic variables and the knowledge of community-based health insurance. You can see that age of the respondents, that is the caregivers, I mean the households, you can see p-value at 0.02 as well as number of children in the household. They are the two factors that are found to be associated with the knowledge of community-based health insurance, while other socio-demographic variables like level of education, the occupation, and the marital status, have not any significance in that. In terms of the adequate knowledge is associated with Uptake and willingness to enroll into community-based health insurance, and knowledge and understandings have been identified as enablers to effective community-based schemes. A study conducted in Nigerian capital city realized that only 13% have good understanding on the concept of the scheme. This is in contrast from this study whereby both member and non-member groups have awareness of about 99.3 and 76.7% respectively. If you look at the two communities, Nigerian capital city is an urban area, while for the this study setting, Katsina State largely is a rural setting, and this study was done in a rural setting whereby there are a lot of community cohesion. People live together in close harmony, and because of this scheme has been long-standing, so there is a lot of information sharing among member groups. And in conclusion, knowledge of community health insurance is higher in insured group than non-insured group, but there is still a knowledge gap in both groups. To ensure that healthcare is accessible to all, community health insurance should be promoted, and more people should be encouraged to join so as to address the catastrophic healthcare expenditure, and people should be able to have financial access to healthcare delivery. These are some of the references which I have used, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Shamsuddin. Dear participants, if you have any questions, please raise the questions in the chat box so that Dr. Shamsuddin will explain it. And Dr. Shamsuddin, please update your email ID over there so that if any participants need any queries or clarification, they can write to directly. And also for Dr. Shamsuddin, we open the poll session for the topic presented by him under the public health stream, knowledge of community-based health insurance among residents of Katsina State, Nigeria, and cross-sectional study. Okay, you have a question, Dr. Shamsuddin. Please can you enlighten again on your technique for sample size calculation in the chat box?
Okay. Thank you very much. In the sampling technique, I use a multi-stage sampling method. You can see we have a distribution of communities like Katsina State is divided into 3 senatorial zones. We have the north, the central, and the southern sampling. So this is the total number of people that have been mutual associations, where these are the places where you have community-based health insurance operating, and so the Stage 1 is the selection of a community from each senatorial zone, and from for Katsina zone, we have Dusama was randomly selected from the list of Mutual Health Association with their 2,995 members, while the Daura zone, Mashi was selected with 3,390 members, while the Funtua zone, Dabai was selected with the 5,727 members. So proportionate allocation was used to select the study respondents, and we look at the registered financial members, which have shown about 42,000 over the total registered financial members. Based on that, for the 3 zones, we allocated proportionately 37, 42, and 71. So this gives the number of study respondents to be interviewed from each community. While for stage 2 is a systematic samplage, which was used to study, the financial members. You have the sample interval, which is you have your sampling frame divided by the sample size, which will give you 81. So using the simple random sampling, a number was selected between 1 and 81 by bulletin, which was started, and that is how we are able to select all the study subjects. I hope I've made it clear.
So, Doctor, you have another question. Was there a relationship between time into the scheme and knowledge about 𝐶𝐵HI?
Yes. I have not reflected that, but yes, further analysis, there is a relationship between members that have been enrolled into the scheme longer tend to have more knowledge than members that have not enrolled into it.
Okay, you have another question, Doctor. Where is surprised that knowledge of insurance is higher among insured households?
No, it's not. These communities, they live together, and if you look at the source of knowledge, it's predominantly from the same, community leaders. And because it's a close-knitted society, even though some people have not are not enrolled, but because I'm trying to explain why. Yes, both groups have the insured have more knowledge because they have participated. There are some nitty-gritty questions they understand about the scheme more than what the non-insured group have seen, and other studies have shown that people that are enrolled, of course, you expect them to be more knowledgeable, but the level of knowledge is not much, looking at the fact that the predominant source of information is from community members and from family and friends. In a family, you can have people who who have enrolled and some have not enrolled, but there is free flow of information among the family members.
Okay. There is a question in the chat box. Do you think the contrast results between your work and the previous work could be due to sanitization activities of your community as time went on?
Yes. Likely, like I've said in my study setting, mostly they are in community settings. As you know, in the community settings, people live closely together, and because the program has been long-standing, a lot of information sensitization has been going on, and the contrast we have with the other study was largely on urban setting, whereby community sensitization is not very prominent in that setting. So this will have attributed to the difference in terms of the findings that we have got.
Okay, Doctor, you have two more questions here. Is there any plan to do comparison with the NHIS and the community insurance areas?
Yes, this is one of the things we need to do. We have the NHIS, the National Health Insurance Scheme, and we have the state-based contributory health scheme, which is done by the scheme. We plan to do also to compare other variables in terms of the knowledge, in terms of utilization, in terms of satisfaction with the utilization of these services. These are some of the things we plan to do.
Okay, the last question. Do you think there are other cultural factors that may explain the contrasting results?
Yes, like I've said, if you look at the socio-demographic characteristics of those two communities, both enrolled and not enrolled, even though they are quite similar in terms of their age, in terms of even the occupation and others. There could be, we are further exploring to see what really made those people who have enrolled to be different from those who have not enrolled. But basically, those communities are quite a homogeneous comparison looking at the socio-demographic characteristics of both the enrolled and the not enrolled. But one thing is sure that in terms of source of information, radio and other media, is quite low in terms of the information. So we need to ensure that we advocate for the radio and the television and even the print media to make sure that programs are targeted to encourage people to enroll into these schemes and to have correct knowledge so as to ensure that catastrophic healthcare expenditure is reduced to the barest minimum and better uptake.
Thank you, Dr. Shamsuddin. It's a nice presentation, and as well as you answered all the questions. And the final question is in the chat box that what is the rate of acceptance and enrollment of CPHI amongst the poor and vulnerable?
Unfortunately, the rate of acceptance is not much. Looking at done a baseline survey, looking at the number of people, percentage of people that pay out of pocket. So it's almost 97% of people in the state predominant means of accessing healthcare, mode of healthcare finances through the out of pocket, which could lead to catastrophic healthcare expenditure. But recently there is effort to ensure that most of these schemes, people are enlightened to join. And the fact that community-based health insurance is voluntary, and people, the default rate is very high. People will start paying, but because it is a voluntary scheme, people default. But concerted effort is being made by the government and to ensure that other forms of the community-based health insurance are implemented so as to reduce the level of expenditure through the out-of-pocket spending.
Dear participants, if you have any questions, please post in the chat box. Ms. Sophia? Ms. Sophia, are you on the line? Thank you, Doctor, for sharing your email ID. So, dear participants, if you have any questions related to any queries of the topic submitted by Dr. Shamsuddin, knowledge of community-based health insurance among residents of Katsina State, Nigeria, and compared cross-sectional study. If you have any queries related to this, please contact us and the clarifications over there. For your wonderful presentation. You can share your screen and you can be a participant now. Here we go for a 5-minute break, and after 5 minutes, we will continue with the keynote speaker, Mr. 𝐭𝐡 from Texila American University, Guyana, as the Chief Executive Officer. We will be coming back in 5 minutes. Please be online. Thank you so much. Here we go. We have Mr. 𝐭𝐡 on the line with the keynote speaking titled Brand Leadership. I may introduce Mr. 𝐭𝐡 is the CEO of Texila American University, Guyana, and the brief introduction about him is like Mr. 𝐭𝐡 brings more than 20 years of experience in the international higher education and also the medical school sector. He was instrumental in the establishment of multiple Caribbean medical schools and served in various capacities, including as a chief functional financial officer and vice president in the early career days. He also worked with Bank of America as a business analyst in the global investment management team. Mr. 𝐭𝐡's experience like higher education includes finance, admission, administration, and operation. Mr. 𝐭𝐡 completed his MS from Texas, A&M University, USA, and MBA from Bavaria University, India. He is also certified accreditation compliance officer from the Distance Education and Training Council, USA. I may request Mr. 𝐭𝐡 on stage. Please share your screen, sir.
Thank you, Rakesh. Rakesh, can you hear me properly?
I can hear you as well.
Okay. Thank you, Rakesh, and thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. I want to welcome all the viewers and members of the Texila International Conference to this discussion. And welcome once again for this wonderful opportunity created by Texila. And I'm excited to be part of this as well as to know more about the other speakers coming in the next couple of days. With this in mind, I will want to share my screen. Rakesh, let me know when my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. I can see your screen. And the video is on and you are audible, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rakesh. Thank you once again. It was a great introduction. Thank you.
Sir, click on F5 or slideshow.
Rakesh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, welcome all of you once again for this discussion on brand leadership. Now, again, as Rakesh mentioned, my name is 𝐭𝐡. I'm the CEO of Texila American University. I've been in the higher education / business development / marketing area for the last almost 20 years. And brand leadership is one topic that has enticed me a lot. I've written a couple of articles on brand leadership. What is the impact of brand leadership in the present day business arena? How has companies developed brand leadership during the time of pandemic? That is an interesting aspect of the discussion that we will cover during our discussion today. Now, brand leadership is a terminology that often gets confused with leadership brand. These are separate things. Leadership brand is when you are a leader in an organization. How you brand yourself, how you position yourself, how you see yourself, how you want others to perceive yourself in an organization is essentially your leadership brand. Where you as a leader brand yourself, you do a lot of training activities, you do presentations, you do meetings, you want to be a go-getter. How you position yourself in an organization is called leadership brand. Even if you do a simple Google search on brand leadership, the most common thing that comes up is leadership brand. So let's just put it this way. These are entirely two separate things. Brand leadership is different. Leadership brand is different. Now, what is brand leadership? Brand leadership is, if you are a brand, how do you achieve the leadership status for your branding activities in a specific market segment is called brand leadership. So again, I'm just making it very clear. These are entirely two separate things. Brand leadership refers to the campaigns and the plans that a product makes, whereas leadership brand is an individual or a leadership role in an organization who tries to promote himself or herself for the benefit of the organization. Now, this is the definition of brand leadership. Brand leadership refers to the techniques and strategies that organizations use to market a product or a service. Usually, the brand leader is a best-selling product or service, and one that is recognized in a certain market segment. So again, back to what I said earlier, it is the techniques and strategies that an organization use to market a product or service. Now, during the course of this presentation, I will be using a lot of examples on how some of the successful companies and organizations have done brand leadership. Many of my examples are relevant to the US market. I serve out of Dallas, Texas, where Texila has an office. So many of my examples are relevant to the US market. However, I'm sure it will resonate to some of you, or at least most of you, because these brands are all very popular international brands also. Now, what are we going to cover today? We're going to cover four relevant topics on how to achieve brand leadership.
Please, sorry to interrupt you. Just trying the screen to be zoom out, sir. So it's very large in the screen actually. So can you reduce the percentage like 80 or something? In the bottom of the page, sir.
I know, but Brian, one second.
You can press on key and scroll the mouse, sir, up and down.
I know how to press, but when you do the slideshow, I don't think you can do that, right? It goes to full screen.
Yes, sir.
For example, just this is my slideshow mode. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir, but it's enlarged like a big size, out of screen.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Well, let us do it the other way then.
You have the. Yes.
Can we do it like the regular slide format, not as a slideshow?
Yeah, it's okay, sir. Now it's okay.
Okay, then we'll do this way then.
Yes, sir.
No slideshow now. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Rakesh, and sorry for the interruption, everyone. So we are going to talk about four key topics today: embracing bold and disruptive innovation. Innovation is one thing that will make companies a brand leader. A lot of companies that we can take as an example, which I will go in more detail when we talk about innovation. Creating an authentic brand voice. Authentic brand voice is being authentic in your communication. What you represent, what you are trying to portray, how do you want others to see you, perceive you as a product, is what you should communicate in your product, in your messages. That is what we mean by creating an authentic brand voice. Building brand leadership. We'll talk about some techniques, how a lot of companies are building brand leadership. And then lastly, we'll talk about emotionally connecting with customers to enhance loyalty and drive growth. Now, this is one key aspect that is getting a lot of prominence in the present day. We all want to emotionally connect with the customers, trying to convey messages that resonate them. We have seen ads where we have seen elderly parents having a problem and the technology solves a problem, and then children are happy. These are all ways in which campaigns and messages try to emotionally connect with customers to enhance loyalty and drive growth. Now let's look at all these things one by one. Embracing bold and disruptive innovation. To stay competitive in today's market, companies must think like a disruptor, investing both in innovation that sustains their business and in new revenue streams that can defend against potential competitors. If you go to the right hand side, you can see I have presented an image of a few paper planes going in circles. And if you see that as a product environment, you can see one that is shooting right through it, a paper plane. Now this is what we mean by innovation. When everybody is going in one direction, or rather disruptive innovation, extremely disruptive in a sense. When everybody is going in one direction, one person decides to think about in a separate direction. There are a lot of examples in the present day of companies who have been very disruptive with innovation. For some companies, this will mean enabling embracing the bold leadership necessary for transforming their core business. Now, I can give you so many examples. One that highly that comes to my mind is Netflix. I'm not sure if many of you know. Many years ago, this was when 2004-05 time, or 2002 time is probably when Netflix was launched. Netflix used to be a company who would mail you your DVDs that you want to your home. You can watch the movie and send the DVDs back. So I can go online, or I can call them and say, hey, I want this movie. If you have it, you will send the movie to me, and then I watch the movie. It comes with a prepaid label to send the movie back, and you would send the DVD back to the Netflix company, and they used to circulate the DVDs. This was their business model. Well, one fine day, they decided to change the entire world on how the movie viewing experience is for people. They launched this the way that is right now with on-demand views and movies, and that was essentially an disruptive innovation that changed the scope of the way people watch TVs and shows and movies now. So look at where Netflix is a great example of disruptive innovation. For some others, staying ahead of the curve while minimizing costs will mean adopting lean production techniques that enable testing and iteration of using proper innovation with intelligence of crowd. So again, a simple example is given to us, right? For a lot of companies, disruptive innovation simply means maybe not being innovative in coming up with a product plan or anything, just by reinventing your own techniques to come up with outcomes that is similar to the way it was before, but the lean production or lean manpower system. If you look at the image on the right hand side, you can see the three emojis or three people, and the weight of one person with the right thought is much bigger, weighing much more than the three together. So again, another example of innovation. Innovation does not always have to be product oriented. It can be your own organization where you come up with a small technique or a small change in plan that minimizes your cost and helps you sustain, helps you survive in the market. Now, this is about bold and disruptive innovation. And next I will show a couple of examples. These are a couple of disruptive innovation in higher education. Again, I myself coming from a higher education background, I thought it was relevant to put some examples. Khan Academy, I'm not sure if you know, heard about Khan Academy. Google Khan Academy, very good chance if you have not heard about it. It is one of the first YouTube-oriented training platform. The gentleman's name is Salman Khan, definitely not the Indian actor Salman Khan, but he used to teach his nephew math classes, face-to-face, and eventually when Google came up, when YouTube as a platform came up, he decided to post his videos in YouTube, and then it just became famous. Now Khan Academy is working with a lot of schools in the US. Coursera is another example. Byju's, you might all have heard about Byju's, and Byju's is even popular in the US market now. University of Phoenix, when you talk about online education, online degree programs, online higher education especially, the first name that comes to your mind is University of Phoenix. University of Phoenix is one of the largest online education providers in the US, and I would say one of the pioneers in this segment. They are the ones who revolutionized the entire online higher education model. So these are a couple of examples of how disruptive innovation has changed the way the messages have changed, how some of these companies have been able to achieve the brand leadership model in their specific market segment. Now let's look at a few other examples from other industry. Tesla, a great example, revolutionized electric car segment. Uber, completely revolutionized the way we think about taxi. Now it's easy from your phone. You can make through the app. You can make a reservation. They come and pick you up. Google. I'm not sure if many of you remember the days of Yahoo and MS search. Google has completely changed it. Airbnb, Netflix, Apple, Amazon. These are all great examples of organizations that have essentially been very disruptive in their innovation, and in the process, they achieve brand leadership, and in the process, they are market leaders. Creating an authentic brand voice. Now, this is another way or technique that companies use to achieve brand voice. The ad I've shown an ad of Harley-Davidson. Now, if you look at the Harley-Davidson campaign, this is very similar to all any high-end cruiser motorcycles. From an Indian context, you can take Filbert as an example. They have a rugged feel to it. They have Harley-Davidson campaign. If you look at it, very dark. Very rugged look to it. You can even if you see the few bikes that are kept in the background, and you can see it's probably kept in you can see mountains in the background. So it's a rugged feeling to it, and they are very authentic in their brand voice. So brand voice refers to the personality and emotion infused into a company's communication. It encompasses everything from the words and language you use to the personality and image your marketing assets involved. So this product is aimed at probably the middle-aged American audience who like a little bit rough and tough in their lifestyle on a daily basis. That is what this message of Harley-Davidson is aimed to achieve. Now, this is what companies should do. What do you want to portray is what you should have in your messages. Again, breaking it down, brand leader as an example. How does a brand leader look like? You have seen, let's say you get together with your friends in a party, but often you come across this one guy who has a little bit of leadership skills in him, but he tends to steal the show. He talks nicely. He has all the nice stories to tell you. He presents himself professionally or nicely. People get around to talk to him. I've seen it happening in marriages. I've seen it happening in family get-together. There's this one uncle who is nice and talking, and everybody gets excited hearing from him. That is a brand leader. That is what is called brand leadership. Now, 7 areas to focus on in building your brand leadership. One is professional appearance. While you are building your brand leadership campaigns, professional appearance is essentially the key to one of the success. You have to look nice, feel nice, convey your messages in a very nice and proper way. That is most important. It is like brand leadership 001. The first thing that you should do while you are trying to achieve brand leadership is professional appearance. Second is quality. A lot of companies have come across or have been brand leaders in their segment purely because of the quality of their products. If you remember, or if some of you remember the 90s and 80s, Sony used to stand for good quality products. Sony was extremely quality oriented. It was very expensive too, but there were a lot of buyers for Sony. If you are buying a foreign produced TV or VCR back in the day, or even a DVD player, it was always Sony. Even when Sony came up with the laptop or Bio at some point in time, Sony was perceived at superior quality, and it was the price was quite expensive for Sony laptops at that time, purely because it was seen as superior in its quality. Reputation, another example. I know companies like Mercedes and BMW stand for reputation, even if their cars are not the best of quality. Now, there might be some haters when I say this, but Mercedes-Benz and BMW are vehicles. They are not meant to last long. If you compare your, from a US perspective, Toyota or Honda or some of these cars, they are meant to last very long. Mercedes or a BMW will probably last nice for 70,000 miles, and beyond that it's not going to last. Whereas a Toyota lasts for 150,000, almost double life. However, it is a reputation, it is a brand value that brings a lot of value for this product. And again, one reason why there are premium products and so on and so on, that also adds more value to it. But reputation is one factor that stands out in building your brand leadership. Authority is, I am strong, I am in this market, this is who I am. That is the kind of a message that a lot of companies try to portray. Again, taking earlier example of Harley-Davidson, that is exactly what they're trying to convey in their messages. Reliable. I gave an example of Toyota Motors. Is an excellent example of a company that focuses on reliability and thereby creating its own unique brand voice. As one of Toyota's tagline says, the best built cars in the world, which it is. Toyota is one of the automobile giants, and the cars are seen as far superior in quality compared to most of other products. You might have seen again purely from an Indian context. There was a time when I remember after the Maruti days, the first car that came to the market was 𝐶ELO. And 𝐶ELO came and just went like that. Hyundai 𝐶ELO, that is the name of the company, came and just went like that because of they were not really reliable. That is a simple reason. And we have seen other vehicles come and go like Chevrolet, classic example, unreliable vehicles which affected their brand leadership and eventually not well in the market at all. Whereas Maruti Suzuki, great example of reliable vehicle that can take anywhere in India. That's another example. So again, from a US perspective, Toyota is a classic example of reliability that has been synonymous with Toyota cars and which eventually helped Toyota become a market leader and a reliable product. Being responsive. Now, being responsive to customers and their problems is another area to focus while building a brand voice. Amazon is a good example of responsiveness accepted by a company. Now, what do you mean by responsiveness? For example, if I'm an Amazon customer, if I buy something from Amazon, something is not right with Amazon or the product that I received, I can quickly call Amazon or just chat with Amazon. They'll come there and support you. So they are being very responsive. There's a delay in the product delivery. You message them or they will even contact you and they take responsibility to ensure that you get served or you get the right product at the right time. So that kind of a responsive is important to convey a good brand voice. And one of the key factors I consider in all these 7 areas of focus in building brand leadership is opportunities. We have to look for opportunities. During the pandemic, there are a lot of online food companies that increased value and revenue by 100% to 500%. Instacart is a very famous online food delivery company in the US, which significantly increased revenue base and thereby value of the organization to 500% during the pandemic because they saw an opportunity, they utilized the opportunity, and they created their brand voice and eventually became the brand leader in that segment. And it's still working, even though we are at least a year's perspective, pandemic system is coming to an end slightly. It's still working. Instacart is in the market and they're probably the largest online grocery delivery company in the US now. Moving on, the last part of this discussion focuses on emotionally connecting with customers to enhance loyalty and drive growth. Now, how do you? This is one area where a lot of products and companies are focused right now. Connect with your customers. Connect with people as much as you can. Send messages in such a way that you can freely communicate. You can connect with them, understand their perspective, and them put you in their shoe and communicate messages. And that is what we mean by emotionally connecting with customers to enhance loyalty and drive growth. Empathy. Being empathetic provides solutions to their problems. For example, you have seen campaigns where ads where taking an example of fishing page as an ad. You have a problem, and then there's this the brand or the manufacturer comes with a solution to your problem. You put yourself in their shoes. They have a severe problem in their family. They have a severe health problem. Being very empathetic, somebody is being supportive, and then here you come with a solution. So empathy is key for emotionally connecting with customers. Authenticity. Convey the actual reality of the product or message. Earlier, back in the days, you would see a lot of ads which will just very flamboyant, which will very colorful, very hi-fi, and talk about information stuff that is beyond unbelievably realistic. That has gone these days. Most of the ads, messages that come out these days are more authentic. They tell you exactly what it is. Again, in marketing and messaging style is quite different from the Indian perspective and the US perspective. In India, you used to have this big campaign where we talk about a lot of big things. Whereas in the US, it's simple. You want to say something, come out, say this thing right in your face, finish. Very authentic in the messages. caring attitude. Now I want to take an example of Hancock Bank. Again, sorry if I'm using quite a few US as an example, but I think it will relate to a lot of us. Many years ago, this probably happened in 2000 when the 2000 time period. Katrina was a disaster that happened to the US. It was a hurricane, and that devastated one of the major states of the US called Louisiana. And Louisiana, capital New Orleans, was significantly affected during Katrina. People were on the streets, houses were flooded, shops were flooded, a lot of things going on, a lot of problems going on, high security problems. During that time, Hancock Bank had a few branches in New Orleans. What they did? People were struggling to find ends meet. People were on the street. They didn't have any means of even buying food because they had to just essentially run away from their home, leave everything inside. So Hancock Bank employees decided to take money or cash from their bank wallets and distribute to people. No paperwork, no documentation, and distribute. Some of them as much as possible make their entries in the register and give money to people. Now this is the year 2000 where everything technology was possible, but they did not do that. They didn't wait for it. They supported people. Now, as per the bank information, 85% of this money was recovered. That people eventually went ahead and gave money back to the bank. In the process, Hancock became one of the leading providers of auto loans and mortgage loans in the state of Louisiana. So that is the impact that had while they were trying to mostly connect with customers by showing caring attitude. Connect your customers whenever possible. Use messages that connect with customers. I've given Jeep ad as an example. Very similar to how Harley Davidson ads are. There's a look and feel to the individuals who have these kind of flavors. Jeep SSV and Jeep Wrangler actually, or I forgot the model name. Very similar to Jeep. Jeep Wrangler is synonymous with off-roading or a rugged feel. Their campaigns will look like that, and people go for off-road, or if that is one of their passion, they have certain personality and they have certain style in them. That is what they like. Now the messages that the companies try to portray, try to resonate with these kind of messages. So connect your customers whenever possible. Third is storytelling. University of Phoenix bedtime story and find your wings. Again, I'm taking an example of the US, but if any of you get a chance, Google find your wings ad from University of Phoenix. Now University of Phoenix, when this is many years ago, when they were becoming very prominent in their ad campaigns and in their presence in the US and online education delivery, they came up with this ad. The ad is all about a child is reading a bedtime story. Bedtime story is about about a young woman, young girl who wants to learn to fly. And there's a phoenix bird that comes to teach the girl how to fly. Initially tries to help the girl try to take initial steps, not being able to do anymore. Then it comes with more and more support, and eventually the bird is able to fly. Now, in the background, University of Phoenix shows the mother of the same baby who is working very hard, struggling very hard, does not have enough education to get a promotion in life or move on with career, and then comes University of Phoenix, where they try to provide this person with extra opportunities, learn even after the late hours. This lady listens and learns, eventually get a certificate and gets a promotion. So these two stories go hand in hand. The phoenix bird helping another bird to fly, and the story of this mother of the same child who is trying to pursue higher education with children. That's a beautiful story. I really urge any of you to see this ad if possible. Search on YouTube, it's available. Just Google Find Your Wings. This is a classic example of how an effective storytelling and the impact it can have on your mind. The present day, customer service through social media, another way of reaching out to people. It's very common practice in the US now. If you have a problem and you're not able to reach the company, go to their Facebook page, type a message, and somebody will reach out to you. Customer service in social media is becoming so prominent these days, has become so prominent these days that it is one avenue where people reach out to organizations or products and reach the services. And that's one area where companies can be very aggressive and virtually reliability. And that is one more area how people can mostly connect with customers to enhance loyalty and drive growth. Now, I just want to quickly recap 4 topics that we looked upon today in today's discussion. Embrace bold and disruptive innovation. We talked about Netflix, Uber, some of these companies were quite disruptive in their plans, which essentially earned them the role of brand leaders in their own segment, creating an authentic brand voice. Earlier, there was another example we gave. How do you communicate? Being very authentic in what you try to do. Another example. Building a brand leadership. We talked about seven tips on building brand leadership. We talked about professional appearance, quality, reputation, authority, reliability, responsive, and opportunity. Then we talked about how to mostly connect with customers to enhance loyalty and growth, empathy, authenticity, caring attitude, connect with customers, storytelling, and customer service through social media. Finally, to sum it up, brand leadership is a tool that can get your business ahead of your competitors when built with right resources. Maximize on improving the brand image. This will have respect and that makes it sell itself. Now, brand leadership is a topic that is very vast, very interesting, and I urge all the listeners in the group to spend some time. This is a very interesting topic, brand leadership. You can see a lot of examples. I have only picked a few examples and few ways in which companies manage brand leadership. There are very many opportunities. So if you are a marketing enthusiast, this is the topic that is going to be the most exciting aspect for you. Look at how some of the companies achieve brand leadership. There are a lot of stories, a lot of case studies, and how companies have achieved brand leadership. I urge all of you to spend some time, read about this. If you're a marketing person, this is a must and go-to topic, and spend some time. Any questions, any thoughts you might have, even beyond this discussion, please feel free to reach out to me. I've written a couple of articles on brand leadership also. We can discuss again a topic that excites me quite a bit. And I'm open for any thoughts and suggestions from anyone of you. Thank you very much. The questions I'll be more than happy to take. Thank you, Rakesh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Dear participants, if you have any questions, please write the questions in the chat box so that Shamar will reply on that. Please. Dear participants, if you have any questions, please post the question in the chat box.
Again, if anybody's interested more to discuss this topic, find me in LinkedIn or even Rakesh, give me my email, or the specialist or Texila conference, give me an email. We are more than happy to talk about it more and more. Spend a lot of time on this interesting topic.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for your time, sir. We can close this speaker presentation and have a great day, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rakesh, and all the best to the entire Texila team once again for this wonderful show. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Take care, sir. I call upon the next presenter, 𝐓𝐞𝐱 from the public health background, presenting the topic of academic research structure and format guiding principles for students. Mr. 𝐓𝐞𝐱. Dear 𝐓𝐞𝐱, are you ready for the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn on video as well as your screen to be shared on this platform? Okay. Can you adjust the camera, please? Little bit. Okay, very good. Can you share your screen?
Yes, let me.
Dear participants, we introduce 𝐓𝐞𝐱 for the presentation of academic research structure and for guiding principles for students. Can you
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And please zoom in little bit, like the person is reduced so that the screen will be adjusted properly. Or you can exit the slideshow. Okay, very good now.
Okay,
carry on, sir, please.
Thank you very much. I'm 𝐓𝐞𝐱𝐢𝐥𝐚. I'm going to present on the topic, the basic academic research structure and format as a guiding principle for students. This is the abstract of this presentation of this research. The purpose of the guideline is to develop the basic academic research structure and format as a guiding principle for students with two specific objectives, and that's to develop a coherent academic research structure and academic research format. The 117 dissertations reviewed and 88 key informants were interviewed, and then a simple random sampling and passive sampling techniques were used for this study, and the data collected were translated, and then also pretests were used to use the CVI were deployed to ensure the reliability and validity of the data collection tools. Data was analyzed using the SPSS version 22. Descriptive and thematic analysis were used. Also, the ethical contribution were made by asking, having the permission from the universities and the respondents having the consent form before they participate in the research. These are some of the major findings. There is a significant variation on the academic structure and format across the universities. The structure variation and inconsistency were found in their contents and order of the titles and subtitles of the dissertation reviewed. This basic academic research guide is developed to set some standards and directions. It will enhance the objective grading and to enhance the objective of grading of the dissertation and evaluation level of universities. The guidelines could contribute to the development of consensus on academic research structure and format. Just to begin some of the background on this academic on this research, I extracted this article from the research that conducted in South Sudan that evaluate the quality of academic research in the public universities. South Sudan, as a country, got independent from Sudan earlier in 2011. For some of us who may not know South Sudan, just separated in 2011 July from Sudan. Currently, there are only 5 public universities in the country. The research was conducted to fulfill the academic requirements of the award of degree of philosophy in public health, Texila American University. The academician and the scholars do not agree on one way of doing academic research. This resulted in the shortage of competent and committed researchers to foster research and development efforts. Public health and medical care policies, guidelines, procedure are based on the research results. This is attributed to the lack of systematic introduction of undergraduates to research. As we know, health is not the merely absence of disease. That's where the research becomes very important. For all that what we do, it's based on the evidence base or from all schools of works. The study is the first of its kind in South Sudan after independence. The study focuses on the procedure, structure, and format of the academic research. To become a researcher is a process that requires step-by-step practice. The student needs some basic standards to build foundation for conducting academic research. Fundamental aspects of the academic research are the structure and the format. Academic research formatting provides the consistency, user-friendly, reliability, focus on content, and facilitate practice of principles of discipline and adherence to the standards. The main aim of this guideline is to develop basic academic research structure format from the student with two specific objectives: develop coherent research structure and academic research format. Academic research is critical in the advancing healthcare services provision, highlighting higher learning institutions as the sources of the production of researchers and scientists. Improvement of academic research teaching through robust research procedure structure, format, and that are easy to be understood and applied by students. Development of the academic research knowledge and skills. It will also improve the quality of academic research at higher learning institute. Quality of academic research enhances institutional research profiles. Some of the methodologies that we use, the design, the descriptive cross-sectional design, using both the qualitative and quantitative techniques. The sampling was mixed sampling method, using random and passive sampling technique. All five public universities were included. The lecturers and the dean were selected passively. The student dissertation was selected randomly. We use the three tools, that's questionnaire, the observation checklist, and the interview guide. Ethical consideration introduction letter was obtained from the Texila American University. Permission was sought from the universities, and for data collection, respondent consent before they participated, confidential ensured throughout. Data analysis that's simply that we use descriptive correlation regression where used through using the SPSS and factor analysis. Some of the major findings that general academic research has three components: that's the preliminary page, the body, and the references plus appendices. This is found to be consistent across the five universities. These three major structure. Come to the preliminary pages, there are substantial variations in the content and order of the contents. When it comes to the preliminary pages, the research body, the main chapters are similar, but the naming differs slightly. The content and order of the content in each chapter differs significantly. Variation and the title are used for five traditional chapters for the academic research. This is supposed to show. Okay. This is supposed to show the variation of the titles and the chapters that are used in the academic research. The content of the preliminary pages. These are some of the content that were found to be some of the most commonly used content in the preliminary pages. The list were the list of questions. And the most frequently used was the acknowledgement, and the others, as you can see in the figure. So the validity of chapter and the reference and appendix. Yes, the list chapter that were used was chapter 5. Appendices were less than 50 and the references. But the others were, you can see for chapter 5 onward, were frequently used in the academic research. Chapter 2, content. Some of the contents that were seen to be seen in the chapter 2. In chapter 2, the more frequently used content or subtitle was introduction, but the lists were empirical, and the others less than 50%, as the way that the content in chapter 2 were used by the construct or by variables or a summary or a theoretical framework or by the objective or a conceptual framework. Those are some of the subtitles that were used to under chapter 2. In chapter 3, the list was research organization, but the most frequently used was design, the research design under chapter 3. The formats were mostly that the format is largely determined by the referencing style adopted by the university, meaning that the referencing style is the one that determines what kind of the format that you use. If you use the APA or you use the Harvard, that will detail what kind of formatting of the text that you can use. The most common referencing style, such as the American Psychological Association, Harvard and Chicago, those were the most referencing style that were used in the 5 universities. Formatting of the dissertation consistencies with the insignificant variation that some of the formats that were used, they were not really very significant. The similarities are observed in font types, size, line and line space, paper margins, page style, and page position. Reference style varies significantly between the universities, faculties, departments, despite the presence of the academic research guideline in some of the faculties. References and appendices. Referencing style varies significantly between the universities, faculties, and departments, despite the presence of the academic research guideline in some faculties. There is mismatch between the referencing style adopted and the dissertation format. Over 90% of the dissertation has data collection tool in the appendixes. Less than 50% of the dissertation has work plan and budget. In conclusion, this basic academic research guide is to develop, to set a standard and the directions, and it will also enhances the objective guiding grading of dissertation and enhance level of university. The guideline will contribute to development of consensus on academic research structure and format. Here is what has been that I have to recommend for as a structure for as an academic research for students that would set some of the standards for students to be able to know what to put and where and when and where to begin and where to end. And that's the purpose of this recommendation. Looking at the preliminary pages and content and order. The title, the approval page, the declaration, indication, acknowledgement, table of content, list of tables, list of figures, list of equation, abbreviation, then abstract. I'm supposed to this is supposed to show structure. Can I please just a minute I get it directly.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Agulia.
Yes.
Attendees, we are enabling the poll session for Mr. Agulia. You can start polling for his presentation. Also, we are open to the Q&A session. You can post your questions in chat box or PA box where Mr. Agulia will answer for that. Mr. Agulia, we have one question like, what is the public health impact of your study? This should be done by someone in Faculty of Education.
Yes, that's true. That's the question that I did ask several times. And as you can see, even from the presentation that we have all here is all different, and it's confusing for people that are starting to learn. As I said, health is not the absence of disease. So the importance of this is to have people that can have a basic knowledge on the researchers, so that they'll be able to foster and become the career in the research. The students are discouraged to become researchers because of the way the research is done at the undergraduates. And they tend not to have the interest in the research, and that's impact the public health when it comes to making decisions. Decisions are later made on subjectively, starting from the even grading of the academic research itself, without the standards that people will not be able to grade the research, the academic research. And here, when you come to the field of the health field, all is based on the evidence. And the evidence, you must have some basic of how you can conduct a research, be it a health research or education research. It's all what it comes later is to come to the well-being of the human being, or the well-being of the people.
Thank you, Mr. Agulia. Do you have any more questions for Mr. Agulia? You can post your questions in Q&A session.
Here are some of the slides that we were not able to show before. This is what I wanted to show, how the structure would look like.
Yeah, you can show the slides, Mr. Agulia.
Oh, it's in what document? I'm not sure that this is.
No problem. You can show the slides if you can.
Okay.
Attendees, if you have any queries, please post it in the Q&A session. Also, you can participate in the polling also. The polling is already enabled. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Akulya. You can see the slides.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah. So now we are called upon to invite Dr. NAB to present on his research topic, public health, like predictors of family size among married men in urban suburbs of Enugu, Southeast Nigeria, a cross-sectional study. We invite Dr. NAB. Dr. NAB can enable your mic and share your screen. Dr. NAB, you can unmute. Yeah, we can hear you, Dr. NAB. You can enable your video also and share your screen.
Okay. Hello everyone. Please give me a moment to share my screen.
Dr. NAB can see you. Please share.
Can you let me share my screen?
Yeah, it's already enabled you to share the screen. You have an option in downs like share screen.
Okay.
There's a green color button enabled in your account.
Okay.
Just click on that and share the screen with your presentation. Dr. NAB, do you want me to share the screen?
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can start your presentation, Dr. NAB.
Okay. So I'm going. My work was titled "Predictors of Family Size Among Men in Urban Slums of Enugu, Southeast Nigeria, a cross-sectional study." I co-authored the work with 𝐭𝐡𝐓𝐞𝐻𝐢𝐥𝐚 𝐖𝐨𝐫 𝐂𝐨𝐧. By introduction, a large family is a family that consists of a minimum of 4 children. Total fertility rate is measured by the number of children a woman is likely to have during her childbearing years, and it is 5.3 births per Nigerian woman. So in Nigeria, there is habit of high fertility rate. So these habits of high fertility rates or large family size has led to Nigeria being considered the most populous country in Africa. And it is known that the rapidly increasing population is a threat to both national development, family stability, and social security. Large family size also has several health and social challenges. In Nigeria, a woman has a 1 in 22 lifetime risk of dying from pregnancy, with other associated things like postpartum, post-abortion mortality. And the last indices, the maternal mortality that was estimated in Nigeria showed 800 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births. This high figure of maternal deaths is contributed to by several factors, of which large family size is one of them. In terms of child health, Nigerian child health index is also very, very poor, with 2 million Nigerian children suffering from severe acute malnutrition. High number, 32% of them, of under 5 children in Nigeria being stunted. Large family size also contributes to neonatal, infant, and child mortality rate, high child mortality rate. In Nigeria, infant mortality rate is 69 per 1,000 live births, while under 5 mortality rate is 128 per 1,000 live births. So since couples may have variable opinions on fertility, considering the peculiarity of African families, where a man, for instance, is looked at as the sole decision maker of the family. So the done on the role of men in deciding the fertility rates of their wives around shows that male child is a major factor determining the desire for continued childbirth among Nigerian women. Factors influencing family size preference have been investigated across several societies, but only few has been done in Nigeria, and even the one that has been done in Nigeria only very few of them narrowed it down to urban slums. Factors influencing family size. An urban slum is a very important part of the society that inputs significantly to the population of the nation. Just as the strive for a better living is common, an urban slum tends to pull a shift in the population from rural to urban areas. Therefore, this work is aimed at assessing the socio-cultural and economic determinants of family size among married men in an urban slum in Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. The method that was used, the study was a descriptive cross-sectional study, which involved a household survey of 381 married men who consented to the study, living in an urban slum in Enugu, Nigeria. It was conducted in 2020 from June to September using the WHO cluster sampling method. Data was collected using a pre-tested semi-structured interview-administered questionnaires. Analysis was done using IBM Statistical Package for Social Sciences version 26. And we reported descriptive statistics in frequencies and proportions and mean standard deviation. Then Pearson chi-square test, binary logistic regression were done at 5% level of significance. Ethical clearance was obtained from University of Nigeria Ethical Clearance Committee. So the results now, the summary of it, the mean age of the respondents were 49 years, plus or minus 12 years. We found out that the mean actual family size was 6, with an average of 4 children. About 62.5% of respondents had their children mixed. So 7% of them had all males, while 10.5% of them had all girls. About 16% had at least one set of twins. However, over 50% of the respondents desired to have family size of 8, meaning 6 children. At least 3 sons and 3 daughters. We found out that the predictors of family size were age of respondents. People who were younger, men who were younger, were about 2.9 times more likely to desire large family size compared to men who were older. Then people who had at least one set of twin, we are also about 4.7 times more likely to desire more children compared to those who did not have. We are all male. We are 2.9 times more likely to desire more children than those whose the sex of their children were female or mixed. Then we also found out that those who did not desire to continue childbirth were more likely to desire more children. This looks like an abnormal, but that was what we got. And those who desire to have more children, if income is increased, we are also less likely to have more children. So these are the tables. I have given the summary of all the findings, but these are the tables. These are the social demographic characteristics. You can see the age and the mean age, which was, I said, is 49 plus or minus 12 years. Then age at marriage for these men were less than 30. Less than 30 had the highest number. 50.4% of the men that were studied were less than 30. Age at first birth, the mean age at first birth of these men were 31 years plus or minus 4 years. This is the family size. This is the actual family size on the left, which is 6 with 4 children. Majority had 6, family size of 6 with 4 children, while 44% had less than 6. Sorry, that is 6 or less, the one on orange. Then the desired family size, that's the family size they would have loved to have, is 8 or more children for 54% of the respondents, and less than 8, family size of 8 for about 54% of the respondents, that's 6 children, and less than 6 children for about 46% of the respondents. So this is the sex distribution of their children. Number of children, you can see that 61.2% of them had less than 5, that's 4 children and less. But those who had up to 5 children were 38.8%. And the average of the children, it was 4. Sex distribution, majority of them had their children mixed. 62.45% of them had mixed, while 27% of them had all males. The least group was all females, 10.5%. Number of sets of twins, only 15.7% of them had at least one set of twins. Now, this is the desired family size. Majority of them desired for at least 6 children, and they would prefer the sex to be mixed as in this on the screen. 52.8% of them wanted more than 3 sons. This is explainable by our African culture, where attachment is given more to male children compared to female children. Desired number of girls, up to 65% of them also want at least more than 3 children. Reason for their desired number of children, they felt that having more children would give more prestige, and then they felt they can afford it. Another factor was cultural belief. 21.3% of them believe that it's cultural, it is in their culture, in our culture, to have more children. Only 3.7% of the respondents prefer to have more children because of their religious belief. So choice to have children till desired gender is gotten. Greater percentage of, about 31.8%, which is much, of the respondents would prefer to have children till their desired gender is gotten. Desire to continue childbirth, 3.9% of the respondents would also prefer to continue childbirth. If their income can support their family size, 5.9% would prefer to continue childbirth. And those of them that had premarital counseling was 30.2% of the respondents. So on the factors that were associated with the family size. So on bivariate analysis, we found a number of factors which were statistically significant with family size, and they were age of respondents, age at marriage, age at first birth, sex distribution of children, desire to have children till desired gender is gotten, desire to continue childbirth, income those who felt income can support family and desire to have more children if income is increased. But on multivariate analysis, we found few predictors of family size as age of respondents, sex distribution of the children, number of twins, desired number of children, desire to continue childbirth, and desire to have more children if income is increased. So it's found out that from my respondent desire greater number of children that they even have, they desire up to 6 children than the average of 4 that they already have. And they also prefer, and the sex division of the children where majority of them had mixed, 62.5%, which is mixed. Up to 27% of the children were all males, 10.5% were females. And family size was predicted by age of respondents, which are less than 45 years, having all males. Those who had all males wanted more children. Those who didn't have set of twins wanted more children too. And those who desired less number of children also wanted more children. In conclusion, the study shows that the majority of the respondents had large family size and also desire larger family size than they already have. The major reason for the large family size were affordability, desire for prestige and cultural belief. Predictors of large family size were age of respondent less than 45 years, having all males, having no set of twins, desiring less number of children, and desire to continue childbirth. This study has exposed the level of ignorance among these urban slums, their contraceptive needs, and highlights the urgent need for health intervention that targets urban slum dwellers. So this intervention could be in form of intense health education on the need for small family size that would guarantee better quality of life for the entire family and better future for the children. These are my references. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Enmi. Participants, please write your questions in the QA session so that Dr. Enmi can reply to that. Doctor, you have a question that the study is really timely in a view of Nigeria potential population growth. And you have another question, what was the average level of education of respondents? You can see the question in the chat box to answer it.
Okay, in the chat box, I can see one question. What is the public health impact of your study? This should be done by someone in Faculty of Education. Okay, so the public health impact of my study is to expose the ignorance of the dwellers of urban slum in Enugu State, Southeast Nigeria, that if despite having up to 4 children, they desire to have even more, and to attract policymakers' interest, attract civil society, public health practitioners, and every stakeholder to the urban slum for greater awareness on the risk associated with many children, both social and health implication of desiring or having more children, and then to provide family planning services to them.
And you have another question over there. What were their?
I can't find a second. Okay.
What was their perception on family planning?
I didn't get your question, sir.
What were their perception on family planning? That's the questions available in the chat box.
The second question I can see in the chat box. This is an interesting study. As a mother of 3 girls, I can relate. What is the best advice to give to Nigerians seeking to have a baby boy? I don't know. Should I go on and answer this?
Yeah, please, doctor.
Okay, so the best advice given to a Nigerian seeking to have a baby boy, I assume that this particular Nigerian already has girls, but because of the attachment to male child, is seeking to have a baby boy. So if it depends on the number that the woman has already gotten. It's good that we make the particular the woman in question to understand the implication of large family, both health implication on her side as a woman. I don't know whether she's multi-parous or I don't know, but assuming she has other children, assuming she has up to 5 girls and is looking for a boy, so she has to weigh the implication, the health implication on her going for the 5th or 6th child could cost her life or her health. Then the child also has some other health challenges, because the more the children you give birth, the more there could be problem like obstructed labor, whatever other obstetrics and even postnatal problem for the child. Then apart from that, another thing is the social implication of having more children. So this child that is going to come now on top of maybe 5, that is already 5 girls that is already there, there is going to be challenges to the education of the children. We know poverty is high in Nigeria now, and of course in the whole world. So having to cater for 5 or more children, the child will have to bear the consequences. So malnutrition and child poor health for this child as he's growing up, and so many other health social implications of this.
Dear participants, you can poll for Dr. NB for the presentation done on her topic. And you have another question, Dr. NB. What were their perception on family planning?
I didn't get that question on family planning, please.
It's a question we received. And we have another question from Ms. Grace. This study will be useful for policymakers about way to go to reduce our poverty in Nigeria. Great job and detailed findings. In your recommendation, did you look at family planning for men?
Yes, family planning for men. Yes, studies are going on men participation on family planning in Nigeria. Okay. So the study is also that's one of the recommendations for further study. One can also delve into studying male or men involvement in family planning in urban slums in Nigeria.
Okay, the next question is, did you find any religious association with family size?
No, it wasn't part of my study. I didn't.
Okay. So, dear participants, please poll for Dr. NB for the presentation. Predictors of family size among married men in urban slums of Enugu, Southeast Nigeria, a cross-sectional study. Dr. NB, please leave your email ID over there in the chat box, so that if anybody having any concerns or clarifications or any knowledge sharing or something, they can contact you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. NB. You can unshare the screen and you can turn back to as a participant now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. And next, I call upon the next presenter, Mr. Daniel Ofi, for the presentation, facilitators and barriers to retention in HIV care among HIV-infected MSM attending Community Health Center, Yaba, Lagos, Nigeria. So I call upon dear Daniel Ofi to present the paper on the public health stream.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, dear Daniel. Good afternoon and good evening too. And please share your video as well as share your screen.
Okay, just give me a few minutes.
Okay, I got the video now and you are very good audible, and share your screen. Yeah, I got the screen also. Please start your presentation from this point, please.
Okay. Good morning, good Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Daniel 𝐓𝐞𝐡 𝐓𝐞𝐱𝐢𝐥𝐚 from Nigeria. I'm here to present this article titled Facilitator and Barriers to Retention in HIV Care Among HIV-Infected Men Who Have Sex with Men Attending Community Health Center, Yaba, Lagos, Nigeria. And this article was co-authored with the following authors on the screen. So these are my presentation outline. So I'll look at the background of this article, the aim of the study, the methods, the key findings, then conclusions and recommendation. So as a way of background, the burden of HIV infection among men who have sex with men has posed a huge public health threat to the developing countries, especially Nigeria. So from the UNIAID Gap Report 2014 revealed that 70% of men who have sex with men are living with HIV in Nigeria. Additionally, data on 3 rounds of the population-based integrated biological and behavioral surveillance survey conducted in 5 geopolitical zones out of 6 in Nigeria showed a trend of HIV prevalence among MSM. In this 3 rounds of study, it was revealed that in 2007, the HIV prevalence among MSM was 14%. So in 2010, this prevalence now rose to 17%. Then in 2014, which is the last part of the study, the HIV prevalence among this MSM keep on rising, and it came out to 23% prevalence. And this calls for a concern in terms of HIV program intervention. Despite all the investment made globally to curtail or to scale down the prevalence of HIV in the world, and also the expanded ARV that have been injected into the program, there is still increase in HIV infection among this category of population. So pathetically, in a study conducted in USA in 21 cities, about 64% of men who have sex with men were not retained in HIV care. And this calls for intervention, because it has been shown that this particular group of populations are the drivers of HIV infection. So the aim of this study was to assess the facilitator and the barriers to retention in HIV care among HIV-infected men who have sex with men attending a community health center, Yaba, Lagos. So these are the methods that were employed during this study. So this study is an exploratory qualitative research study. And during the conduct of this study, 181 respondents were recruited for this study. Part of the method used was both phone interview and focus group discussion were employed during this study, just to ascertain information around what can keep them or what can hinder them from accessing HIV care and services. So these data were collected using a pre-tested, semi-structured interview administered questionnaire. And this study was done within 1 year. That's from June 2015 to 2016. So the sampling that were used, because of the nature of this population and the sample size, was convenience sampling. And the data collected were analyzed using a SPSS version 20. of course, the descriptive statistics were used to summarize the quantitative variables, while frequency tables were generated for relevant variables. And ethical approval was also obtained from the Lagos University Hospital. And as well, when the study was going on, the consent of the participants were granted. So these were the key findings. During that study, after the analysis of that study, we discovered that the median age of this population was 24 years. And majority of these respondents were students, 34% of them were students, and artisans. So while in terms of marital status, 156% of them, 156 of them were single, and this gives a percentage of 6%, while only 10 of them were married, which is about 6% approximately. So coming to the sex partner, so we also discovered that when we are conducting the assessment, we discovered that 81% of the respondents, they have attraction for both male and female, while 19% had only attraction for male. So the one that also broke our hearts during that study is look at the educational status. You can see that majority of them, about 61% of them, were in secondary school, while 32.6% of them were in tertiary school. So you can see that this group of people are majorly young people. And you agree with me that young people drive the economy of every country. So if a good intervention is not instituted to curtail or scale down the prevalence of HIV infection among these people, there's no way all the investment you are making in HIV intervention will work. So if it continues, so when we are assessing the facilitator, what can make them to be retained in care, we discover that because of the nature of the study area, which is the clinic where the study is being conducted, is a community health center, and it has an OSS package of care, and also community centers where they will come and congregate, share their feelings, show their heartbreaks. So all the staff working in that facility were able to absorb all those things, make them to feel sense of belonging. So we didn't even know that this kind of study is going to come out this way. But when we now do the analysis, we discovered that for 3.7% of them stated that because of the clinic friendly package that they were receiving was the thing that making them to be retained. And of course, the environment is secure for them because most of them are afraid to come out. Going by the fact that in 2014 there was a same-sex marriage prohibition act that was signed into law, and in that particular restrictive policy, there's a clause that says that any organization providing service for this group of people are liable to 14 years imprisonment. So there was a lot of chaos, but there is also in our constitution that there is a right to health. So these are the things that even made the clinic to continue to protect them. So while we are also assessing their barriers that make others who were not comfortable with the clinic, because most of them are living in a very distant area because they don't want to come out. They are afraid that they may be harassed by security agencies. They can even be killed, So they are living far away from this facility. So 35% of them stated that one of those things that make them not to access healthcare services is because of distance. And of course, majority of them were full-time job employees, and 21% of them didn't access care because of the full-time job as well as self-denial. Because some of them, even when they know that they are infected with HIV, they will tell you that it doesn't matter, and I better die with it, So there was a lot of counseling and recounseling for them to ensure that the package of care that were designed for them were actualized in them. So in conclusion, the majority of the respondents were retained in HIV care services due to the available clinic service, due to the availability of the friendly clinic services that this particular clinic offers, as well as the secured atmosphere that were made available for them. So, so from that study, we now deduce that several important individuals, for example, like the perceived risk of HIV infection, healthcare providers, structural factors that might determine how MSM may or may not be retained in care were implicated, because some of them they don't even care that HIV doesn't kill, you know. So, and again, the stigmatization, the law that is not supporting their mode of operation are already there in country. So these are the things that we discovered that can make them, that can hinder them from accessing the services they are supposed to access. So part of our recommendation, the first one is that all relevant social, economic, geographical, and political forces that are acting against this group of people should be addressed, so that the rate at which the HIV transmission is rising will be curtailed. So the second recommendation is that robust collaboration between the government, the community-based organization, the CBOs, the HIV care facility, healthcare providers, and even the MSF themselves, they should create more socially and culturally tolerant environment, so that whatever they need will be given to them. Because if we are not affected, if you are not infected will be affected. So, and of course, one-stop shop model of HIV care should be designed for this group of people, so that a maximum productivity that we need in this HIV drive to curtail or to break the transmission of HIV will be fully achieved. So in acknowledgement, I want to acknowledge my supervisor when I was working on this research, Professor 𝐓𝐞𝐱𝐢𝐥𝐚 and Dr. Jean Jab, another of my co-authors, for their unlimited contributions in making this research a limelight. And also, my humble appreciation goes to this particular organization, 𝐭𝐡 Council Nigeria, that is accredited this community health center and under 𝐓𝐞𝐱𝐢𝐥𝐚 Foundation, and also the community health department, College of Medicine, University of Lagos, that granted ethical approval for this research. So these are my references, and they will have plenty of references, but I'm able to extract these few ones that appreciate this work we have done. Thank you, and over.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel Ofi, for the nice presentation. Participants, please raise your questions in the Q&A session chat box, so that Mr. Daniel can answer all the questions. We received one question in the Q&A, and also we open the poll for Mr. Daniel Ofi for the presentation done on the topic of facilitators and barriers to retention in HIV care among HIV-infected MSM attending community health center, Yaba, Lagos, Nigeria. I'm having one question from some of the attendee. This study was a longitudinal one. Did you also get approval from LSHSC Lagos State Health Service Commission? Was Professor 𝐓𝐞𝐱𝐢𝐥𝐚 your supervisor, or you both conducted the research together? This is the question I received.
Because this is my master degree research, so this ethical approval was secured from LUT, where I went for my master degree. So Professor 𝐓𝐞𝐱𝐢𝐥𝐚 is also my supervisor, and we also co-author this particular research. Thank you.
Dear participants, please raise questions in the chat box so that I can interact with Mr. Daniel Ofi for the answers. If you have any questions, please post it in the chat box, please. And also, please poll for Mr. Daniel Ofi for the presentation done by him.
Thank you.
And you have another question, Mr. Daniel.
Okay.
Please kindly throw more light on the design. It seems to be more of a mixed study design with both qualitative and questionnaires.
Okay. This is like I said, is a mixed study in the sense that we combine both the phone interview and no, it's a quantitative study rather, because we combine both phone interview and a focus group discussion.
Mr. Daniel, please post your email ID in the chat box so that if anybody having any concerns or a clarification, they can write to you directly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And the participants, the polling is going to end. Please vote for Mr. Daniel. Thank you so much for your time, Daniel. And next, I'm calling upon the next presenter, Ms. Anne, going to present on the topic of factors contributing to high prevalence of adolescent pregnancy in Sheshik district, Zambia. Ms. Annie.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Annie. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, greetings to everybody.
Thank you so much. Can you turn on the video as well as share your screen so that everyone can see that?
Okay.
Can you adjust?
Wait, just a moment.
Yeah, please.
Yes. Hello? Hello?
Yes, please. I'm here.
Okay. I'm ready to start.
Okay, please share your screen as well as turn on the video. The video to be faced toward your face.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, okay. Can you share your screen, please? Click on the share screen button in the bottom.
The button at the bottom.
So if you don't mind, may I share the screen from here?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the confirmation. We will share the screen from.
Hello?
Moment, please, one moment.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here you go. Your presentation was shared from our end. Please start.
All right. Okay.
Can you able to see my screen?
Yes, I can, but I need
Okay,
to.
please. Okay, whenever the next slide, you please indicate us so that we can move to the next slides.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, please. I'm
Okay.
here.
Yeah, my name is 𝐴𝐴 a PhD public health student at Texila, and I'm going to present the findings of the factors contributing to high prevalence of adolescent pregnancy in 𝒖𝐭𝐡 district, Zambia. 𝒖𝐭𝐡 district is located in the western part of Zambia, and I did this study because of a concern in the number of adolescent pregnancies in that area. So in terms of the abstract, the aim of the study was to investigate factors that contribute to the high rate of pregnancies among adolescents in 𝒖𝐭𝐡 district of Western Province. The study design was a combination of quantitative and qualitative approaches using a triangulation mixed method design. The method was able to concurrently collect both qualitative and quantitative data, which was processed, analyzed, and interpreted. Key findings of the study were that the main factors contributing to the high rate of adolescent pregnancy in 𝒖𝐭𝐡 were peer pressure. Adolescents don't take advice from anybody, love of money, lack of knowledge on how to prevent pregnancies, and being involved in bad behavior in that order. Other factors were shyness in accessing reproductive health services in the presence of elders, poverty, and also being forced into early marriage and wanting to experience the sexual debut following attainment of menarche, and lack of knowledge on the use of contraceptives. This slide is showing the map of Zambia on the right with all the districts. Zambia has about 116 districts as of now. And on the left side, you have 𝒖𝐭𝐡 district, which is also being shown in relation to the rest of the map of Zambia. So in terms of the factors contributing to the rate of pregnancy, high rate of pregnancy, the responses from the adolescents listed peer pressure as number one, which was at 25.4%. And the second point was they do not take advice from parents or guardians. The adolescents do not take any advice from anybody, especially from the parents and the guardians. And love of money came in as a third with 10.2%. Lack of knowledge on how to prevent pregnancies was 10.2%. Involved in bad behavior was 9.6%. And shyness in accessing reproductive health services in the presence of elders was rated at 9%, and poverty was 5.6%. Then also the other factors were that parents or their guardians don't encourage them to go to school, and that was at 5.6%. And this kind of thing happens mostly when they are also boy children also expected to go to school. The preference would be to send the boy child to school, because it is assumed that the girl is going to get married and she'll be okay. And then the other factor was desire to experience the sexual debut after experiencing menarche, which was at 4.5%. And this is related to the initiation ceremonies that take place once a girl reaches of age, the age of puberty. Lack of knowledge on the use of contraceptives was also cited, and forced into early marriages. As I said earlier on, when they cannot afford to send the girl to school, they will just choose to send her to school. I mean, just send her to get married, and that contributes to the rate of early pregnancies among adolescents. From the point of view of the nurses and midwives who were also interviewed on the factors that predispose adolescents to have early pregnancies, the first point which came out was that of peer pressure at 33%. And also for being forced into early marriages was at 16.7. Poverty was also listed, just like it was mentioned also among the adolescents, and lack of parental guidance, because it was assumed that most of these girls who get pregnant are not guided by their parents or guardians. And the nurses and midwives continue to say that there is also a lack of recreational facilities in their areas because they have nothing to entertain themselves, no places to entertain themselves. There's also lack of information on sexual reproductive health and lack of information on their rights. They do not know that they have a right to go to the facilities if they wanted to do so. And from the perspectives of the adolescents, the parents and the guardians, their statements were that it's annoying to parents when a girl gets pregnant, and others said it's a shameful act, and others say it shows the lack of family planning, which means that even the parents, they know that there is such a thing as family planning, but they don't just discuss it. And then children do not follow advice given by the elders. Adolescent pregnancy is a normal thing here. So to them, especially in the rural areas, because 𝐓𝐿𝐴𝐥𝐻 is one of those rural districts of Zambia. So this statement is not surprising when somebody says adolescent pregnancy is a normal thing here. Reflects lack of information, and it's also a failure to abstain from engaging in sex. So when you look at the key findings as presented here, they are under the column of adolescents, under health workers, and parents or guardians. So peer pressure stands out also under adolescents and also under health workers. But also the parents they say that they lack knowledge on contraceptives. That's what they say. So the adolescents do not take advice from parents or guardians, and then there's love of money, and there is also lack of knowledge on how to prevent pregnancies, and they are also involved in bad behavior, shyness in accessing reproductive health services, as earlier said, poverty, and also that parents do not encourage female adolescents to go to school. Also, the wanting to experience the sexual debut after attaining menarche, lack of knowledge on the use of contraceptives, and also adolescents being forced into marriage. Those were the factors according to how they are listed under the adolescents. As for health workers, as I stated earlier on, it's peer pressure, being forced into early marriages, poverty, lack of parental guidance, lack of recreational facilities, lack of information on sexual reproductive health, lack of information on their rights. So if we go back to the parents, the first one is that some parents or guardians lack knowledge on contraceptives. Some parents or guardians do not discuss issues related to sexual reproductive health due to social cultural restrictions. And then there's low income levels in most of the households that lead to some parents or guardians forcing adolescents into early marriages. And then lack of knowledge on how to prevent pregnancies still comes up. So when you look at the recommendations based on these observations, I indicated there that in order to reduce the high rate of adolescent pregnancies in 𝐓𝐿𝐴𝐥𝐻 district of Western Province in Zambia, government and all relevant stakeholders should enhance their programs of promoting the girl child education through the following measures. One is to sensitize adolescents on the dangers or complications of the adolescent pregnancy. And in this case, young nurses and midwives should be deployed to interact with adolescents in the youth corners of the health facilities and in the communities. The second point under recommendations is that we should utilize existing community support groups to encourage parents to interact with their children so as to create awareness to the importance of preventing adolescent pregnancies. Thirdly, we should enhance nurses and midwives' education on sexual reproductive health, especially on prevention of adolescent pregnancy, and to provide information on the concept of abstinence, because they don't talk about abstinence as far as the pregnancy is concerned. So this is why I personally feel that this is a concept that needs to be promoted, especially for this group of people, the adolescents. Then sensitize parents and guardians on taking advantage of the re-entry policy to support their children to complete their education. The government of Zambia introduced a re-entry policy whereby the girls are encouraged to go back to school, but some parents do not support that because they consider it as a burden to remain with the children. So this is why it is important that they are sensitized to understand the importance of their children completing their education. Enhance comprehensive sexual education for the girl child to continue learning and complete her secondary education so as to reduce poverty levels in the communities. And then also during school holidays, engage adolescent girls in some recreational activities to include life skills, which can assist girls to become more assertive and able to support themselves through their education. In terms of acknowledgements, I would like to acknowledge my mentor, Ms. Jessna Melin, for her immeasurable help, advice, encouragement, and guidance during the period of the study. And I also acknowledge the encouragement and guidance from my supervisor, Professor Grace Cecilia Msonda-Kahenya, and my data manager, Mr. Evans Kangwa, Senior. All these are greatly appreciated. In summary, in this presentation, I've discussed factors contributing to high rate of adolescent pregnancy in 𝐓𝐶𝐞𝐻 district, Zambia, and also discussed some recommendations that could complement government and community strategies to curb the high rate of adolescent pregnancy in 𝐓𝐶𝐞𝐻 district. I'll be quite happy to get some suggestions from the listeners in the questions and answers as well, so that we can learn from other people what they are doing in their countries. Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you, Ms. Annie, for your grateful presentation.
Thank you.
Attendees, we are enable the polling to Ms. Annie's presentation. You can participate on polling, and also if you have any queries, you can post it in chat box or Q&A session where Ms. Annie would have respond to that. Ms. Annie, we have questions first one is government most make school free for female child. There should be reorientation of parents to take up their responsibilities and not to show nonchalant attitude.
Yes.
So what is your thought on that?
The thought on the parents, government is showing the, so can you repeat the question? I missed the question.
Yeah, first question is like government most make school free for female child.
No, actually government has already created the free for all the children right now. For that is probably event.
Yeah. Also, second one is following that there should be reorientation of parents to take up their responsibilities and not to show nonchalant attitude to their child. Miss Annie? Miss Annie, can you hear us? Miss Annie, I think your internet is not stable. Can you please disable your video? Attendees, I think we missed Miss Annie. We will wait for 5 minutes. If Miss Annie would have joined, we can continue with your questionnaire. Otherwise, we will move on to with other presenter. Okay, I think Ms. Annie would have facing some internet issue. So we can move on with another presenter, Mr. Grace Basie from public health sector. The presenter is going to present on the topic of significance of cultural beliefs on effective utilization of immunization on childhood killer disease in QG, FCT Abuja. I would like to call upon Ms. Basie have start your presentation. Grace, can you please unmute yourself? Yeah. Grace, can you please unmute yourself?
Okay, are you seeing my slide now?
Yes, we can, Ms. Grace.
Okay. Okay, my screen now.
And I want you to share your screen.
Okay, where is it? Okay.
You can have an option.
Can you see my screen now?
No, we can able to see your face. Yeah.
You can see it now. You can see now.
Yes, it is loading. Yeah, we can see your screen.
Thank you so much. Okay. It's not even loading. Okay, you can see it now. What's that?
Yeah, can you please click on this slideshow?
Okay, slideshow. What happened now? Please come. Where is it?
Yeah, you can in right bottom.
Right bottom.
Right bottom, there is a 4 option. In that, there will be a 4th option you can click. There is a 4 icons in right bottom.
Eh? What happened now? I just opened it now. Okay, is it okay now? Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good afternoon all. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm so grateful to Texila for making this conference possible. I want to thank you all, my CEO, my organizers, my mentors. You've been so wonderful. Thank you very, very much. And I'm so privileged to be here and even be a presenter. So my name is Basie Grace Mfon. Like you earlier introduced, I'm a Deputy Director, Public Health Division. Actually, I'm in charge of the diagnosis, laboratory diagnosis, as well as intermittent preventive treatment for infants. And my topic here is significance of cultural beliefs on effective utilization of immunization on childhood killer diseases in Kuje. So why did I really go into childhood killer diseases? You know, actually, I visited my in-laws and I noticed that so many of those children were disabled. So many of them were going walking stick. I was so angry and grieved in my heart. I decided to go into this topic. I want to thank Professor Augustine Onyegalam and Olushala. When I made mention of it to them, they encouraged me. So I want to quickly share the abstract. This study evaluates the significance of cultural beliefs on effective utilization of immunization on childhood killer diseases among parents in some remote areas in Kuje Area Council in FCT. It examined the roles of parents in the success of the effective utilization of immunization. It also examined the relevant cultural factors hindering effective utilization of immunization. Likewise, it identified the cultural related non-involvement of some parents in effective utilization of immunization. By and large, this study also tests the, I hope we are you hearing me, sir? Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? Hello, sir, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, by and large, this study also tests the two components, childhood killer diseases and child mortality, and also cultural beliefs and effective utilization of immunization on childhood killer diseases in relation among the parents. 384 questionnaires were administered to parents using house-to-house strategy in this community. Of those surveyed, the married were 92%, widowed 57%, and single 1.6% respectively. Their levels of education were also tested, and their responses were, you know, for example, no basic education, 30.2%, and primary school education, 48.4% respectively. These were the highest of their educational qualifications. Despite the level of the respondents, education and their income per month, 80.2% believes that only immunization can protect children against childhood killer disease, while others, 98%, disagreed because of their level of awareness of immunization. And also 32% believe that immunization can lead to HIV infection. Can you imagine that? And also 30.5% of the respondents that immunization causes a child to be sterile, and 20.6% agreed that immunization is forbidden by God, while 16.9% believe that it causes some mental, spiritual, and physical deformity in children. This study helped to inform the parent that irrespective of their beliefs in the area of immunization, they should know that it is their responsibility as parents to ensure that they effectively utilize immunization facilities to protect their child from being disabled or die as a result of not taking vaccine preventable diseases. These vaccines are freely given at the primary health centers in their communities, which could go a long way in reducing disabled persons in our society who may acquire this due to the fact that they were not exposed to vaccine preventable diseases. As it is often said, prevention is better than cure. Okay, because of our time, I'd like to skip all this. I'll skip this. This is a table of content. So then, introduction and summary. Early childhood killer diseases are one of the greatest challenges in this part of our world, of which one of the main causes are vaccines preventable diseases. That's Henderson and 1999. This indicates has led to infant mortality and deformity, and certain parts have recorded a child mortality rate has 157 daily per 1,000 lives births, whereby vaccine preventable diseases are the major causes of which, of such WHO 2008. Effort has been put in place to ensure the reduction to its barest minimum by ensuring that all children from birth to age of 0 to 12 months have at least utilized effective immunization, which will protect them from the early childhood killer diseases in our society. That was from Edwards 2000. Some of the vaccine preventable diseases are poliomyelitis, tuberculosis, measles, yellow fever, meningitis, diphtheria, hepatitis, neonatal tetanus, hepatitis B, and pertussis. I got that from 2009. So what were the really aim and objectives of this study? To examine the roles of parents in the success of the effective utilization of immunization. This study will also enhance government organizations dealing with health agencies, NGOs, and other related parastatals, to be informed on how cultural beliefs in some parts of the country still serve as one of the factors that hinders effective utilization of immunization in the reduction of child mortality. This research will be able to assess the cultural beliefs and effective utilization of children immunization on the reduction of childhood 0 to 59 month killer diseases. To examine the relevant cultural factors hindering effective utilization of immunization. And also 2 basic sources of data collection were used to get the data needed to carry out this study. They were, number 1, the primary data and the secondary data. Out of 472 questionnaires were administered and only 384 were retrieved. An analysis was carried on these 384 respondents using a SPSS package, a software package. Statistical package for the social sciences was employed for data analysis. This is because the package has the benefits of reproducibility, simplifies repetitive tasks, and also handling complex data, data manipulations and analysis. In SPSS, descriptive statistical tools such as simple percentages and frequency distributions and other relevant tools were used for the analysis and presentation. From the table shown here, this shows religion of respondents. Now, you can see the various religions: Islam, Christian, and then the respondent religion, Islam, were about 70.4%. And Christians were 29%. Others that are either traditional worshippers or idols worshippers were 2.4%. And then also respondents of immunization. In the above table, 85% take their children for immunization, while 14.3% say they don't take their children for immunization, despite the high percentage of awareness. And also, this is also respondents after immunization. So, on questioning them, you can see, I had to ask some of them, do you normally immunize your children or have certificate after immunizing your children, from the health facility, after conclusion? From this study, it was observed that not all of them, are aware that there is a certificate after immunization. And also some begins, some, complete it before, the child reaches age 1. Findings from this study shows that 93% do not have certificate, can you imagine, after the completion of their children's immunization, while others, 6.2% had certificate of completion. So also from here, also barriers are also had to find out about barriers. What was hindering them, from going for immunization that is free of charge? Some of them said a lack of knowledge, or lack of importance of immunization. But let's look at, in this table, 10% of the respondents believe that there are no barriers to immunization, while 59.1% indicated lack of, knowledge or of importance of immunization, despite all, the radio announcements and so on. And also important barrier, about 15% said transportation, that proximity was a problem. They have no money, while others, 15.9%, said no access to health facilities, respectively. So in my conclusion and recommendation, I discovered that, I came to realize that vaccine preventable disease is one of the diseases that can, be prevented in Nigeria if only parents can oblige, to play a vital role to ensure that their children are being immunized effectively, as at when due. And also this will go a long way in preventing, these diseases, and also completely eradicating the childhood killer diseases in children in Nigeria as a whole. And also government should ensure that more health facilities are created in rural areas that offers immunization services. In order to encourage parents to take their children for immunization, it should be trackable distance from where they live. Otherwise, they will keep having the excuses that the distance was too far and so on. They didn't have transport, so, and then, well, due to this presentation, I couldn't present all my references. I had to just pick a few. So those are my references. So I want to thank you all for listening. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grace, for the wonderful presentation of the topic significance of cultural benefits, beliefs on effective utilization of immunization on childhood killer disease in KJFCT Ajuba. Dear participants, please raise your questions in Q&A session so that Ms. Grace can answer on it. And side by side, we are opening the poll for Ms. Grace. So there is a question received in a question answer session. So why is rotavirus and cholera vaccine not available in the government health facilities?
Well, most of them, yes, some facilities, I asked some of these questions, and some of them said, they went to where they could get it, they couldn't get. Some of them said some were expired. Some of them said if they bring, they can't open a vial for just one or two, the patients, so those were the excuses. Thank you.
We have a next question. Almost 60% of response reported lack of knowledge to immunization despite scintillations through the radio. When scintillations canal do you think could use suitable, since radio doesn't seems to work?
Okay, what did you say again, please? Pardon?
Let's see the question in the chat box. It's wrote by 𝐓𝐞𝐡 𝐓𝐞𝐱.
Okay. Okay, actually, like radio announcements, most people do not have radio, so it may not really work. So the best thing is for some of the CHUs, the midwives, and the rest of them, to try to, sacrifice their time to go from house to house, to enlighten these women. Like I said, some did not go to school. Some do not even know what is immunization. For example, if you have pictures of them, you can use pictures of them to show to them that, see this child walking with walking stick is as a result, he did not take one particular injection, and that injection is what will stop this child from, walking like this. Would you like your child to walk like this? They'll say, no, of course, nobody will want the child to go with walking stick. So I feel maybe going from house to house will also enhance. Since PhD is being established in so many rural areas, they choose to go extra mile, to at least educate these women from house to house. Thank you.
Okay, you have another question. Most of these vaccines are not free, even in public hospital. Why is this, please?
Okay, please, so sorry, the vaccines are free, it's just that some people are greedy. If at all people are selling these things, okay, I had one scenario, and I was standing somewhere when I heard a woman begging, please give my child this. She said, do you know how much I paid to come down here? How much are they paying me? And so on. These vaccines are free. They were meant to be free, but because of some greedy health workers, and I pray that God will help us to flush out these people from the system, because the vaccines are meant to be free for goodness sake. Thank you.
you have a next question. Please can you mention clearly 1 and 2 cultural practices that prevent uptake in immunization in schedule, please?
Okay. You know, some people said, it is forbidden in my culture. If they take this vaccine, this is what will happen. This is what will happen. The godfather, you know, will come from the ground. You know, so many nonsense they beliefs that their great-great-grandfather forbid such vaccine, that if they take such vaccine, if their condition will become worse. You know, so many horrible cultural beliefs, you know. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Dear participants, please vote for Ms. Grace on the topic presented in the public health stream.
Okay. Is that a question, sir? Hello? Please, can you repeat the question?
There is one question. How can we enhance the role of traditional and religious structures in improving immunization uptake?
Okay, very good, very good. For example, like I said, you can go with some pictures and things like that, and then show to them that, God does not prevent this thing, you know, so it is good to take it, because if you don't take it and you keep saying your belief, you know, the child will die. Look at the child walking with walking stick, and look at this one crawling on the ground. Do you like it that way? Like this one is a Muslim. See him sitting by the mosque, you know, asking for alms and so on. You know, it's not good. Whereas this child is supposed to be in school. So if you give this child this vaccine, the child will not be sitting there. The child will be going to school. The child will be normal. The child will not be crawling on the knees. You know, then if it is a church too, the same thing. God does not forbid this thing. If God forbids it, look at what is happening. Do you understand? Show them some pictures. If possible, you can go with some your phone. If you can go with your phones too, show them some pictures of children suffering from these disabilities. Show to them how they are not going to school. Some children, some are 18, they are holding plates, they are crawling on the ground, they cannot go to school. And even some directors are wheelchair. Why? Because of ignorance. Their parents did not take them to school, but they had to struggle by themselves, irrespective of their disability, to make it in life. That is why, no matter what, they still stayed in the class with normal children, you know, but not everybody can face that shame. So it's better to go with videos, clips, and then pictures, and so on, to show to them the disadvantages of not taking these immunizations. Thank you very much.
The next question is there any system in the place for surveillance of adverse effect of vaccines?
Okay, yes, actually, we are trying to, there is something we are coming up with now, intermittent preventive treatment for infants, whereby we are trying to also bring in this vaccine into the normal immunizations programs. You know, there was a center we went to in Edo State. When we went to establish this system, you know, we asked them if they were, you know, carrying out vaccines and so on. Some of them were not, and we had to revitalize it. We had to, you know, revive those health centers to ensure to them that, you know, government are ready to support them. And due to that, they were ready, you know, to kickstart all over again. At least we visited few states, and they were ready to start all over again. And also to ensure that these vaccines are always available and not out of stock, because out of stock syndrome can discourage some mothers. I went yesterday, they didn't have, you know, see how the nurses were sitting. They won't want to go again. So government is really trying to make sure that the Federal Ministry of Health, you know, thank God for our Minister 𝐴𝐻𝐼 is trying all manner of approach to ensure that these vaccines are available in all the facilities, and also to make sure that there is capacity building, trainings are going on to make sure that they train midwives, they train more people, and put them into the system to be able to carry out these activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Grace. It's a wonderful presentation, and thanks for the participants also. And you can unshare the screen, and you can change as a participant now. Thank you so much, and hope this is the end of the day. That was an informative sessions today, session 1 and 2, and I congratulate all the presenters on their performance. I hope the session was very much interesting and useful. Dear attendees of today's session, You can consult our event coordinators if you need any assistance in participating for tomorrow's session. Thank you for your kind cooperation and attention. And there is an important note that day 2 session 1 will be also carried out in the same link. Okay, so all the best for the next 2 days.